Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, I'm skipping item 2, and we don't have any message from the presidency, neither do we have any formal communication from the speaker. I will therefore invite you to turn to item number 5 in today's order paper, item 5, which is correction of votes and proceedings and the official report. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. So, honourable members, we begin from votes and proceedings. We start from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, and finally page 15. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 17th sitting of the first meeting of Parliament held yesterday, 4th March 2024, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the 11th December official report, 11th December 2023 official report. Honorable members, I take it again. The official report of 11th December 2023. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 11th December 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, leadership, do I follow the other paper, which is urgent questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your leave to escape the urgent questions to allow Minister of Youth and Sports to make a statement on the All Africa Games being hosted by Ghana.
Mr. Speaker, as has been agreed at conclave, that the Minister must be given the opportunity to make a statement on the All African Games that are being hosted by the country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, after which the motion to thank His Excellency the President will follow, and if there is time, then we can proceed from there.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I find out from the Deputy Minority Whip whether we are going to host an All-African Games or an African Games. I can see Neil and Tevanta for there. Is that African Games or All African Games? All African Games belong to Neil and Te's era. Now we have African Games. Robson, you know nothing about sports. This is not about Samoa Jano. This is sport. This is not about penalty. It's not about this is All African Games. Chuchu Blema, Neil and Te's time. We are talking about African Games. And that ought to be corrected by Honorable, my brother from Banda. Milante.
Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. My thinking is, in Parliament, we speak about relevant matters. We don't speak about irrelevant matters. What does it mean by all African games or African games? Is it relevant to our work?
Well. Honorable for Ododio.
They want to respond because there are some people in this house who, even though they are in government, are part of us. So I normally don't want to respond to these things. But for the of helping this house, I want the Honourable Member of Parliament for Okankwe Central to know that as Minister for Youth and Sports, I actually bidded on the 2023 Accra All Africa Games.
Well, honourable members, the deputyship has asked that we order the order paper to enable the Minister for Sports, Honorable Mustafa, to make a statement in relation to the impending All Africa Games. But before I allow him floor, kindly allow me to introduce to the House some distinguished personalities at the Speaker's lobby. His Excellency, the Ambassador Minita Samate Susan, who is the Commissioner for Health, Humanity. He is the Commissioner for AU for Sports. He is the Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development. So, Your Excellency, you are welcome. And again, we have Dr. D. Sios Chipandi, who is also the coordinator for Africa Union Sports Council. And then, at the public gallery, we have our children who have come all the way from their schools to come and witness what actually takes place in the chamber. So I'll acknowledge them as well. And they are Tender Shepherd School. Tender Shepherd School. And the school is being led by Gebet Asamoah, who is the head master. And the school is located in the Tema West constituency. Tema West constituency. Do you have the Member of Parliament here? Honorable Carlos Ahenkra. Yes. So, Tender Shepherd School, you are welcome. Then let me again also use and acknowledge Blessed Laura Catholic School. They are also being led by Godwin Terrier, and he's also a teacher. And the school is located at Pong Katamanso. Pong Katamanso. Do you have the Member of Parliament here? Pong Katamanso. We don't have the Member of Parliament here. So you are all, I hope you will attentively monitor what goes on in the chamber, with the view that tomorrow you will also follow our footsteps and come and do even better as parliamentarians. So you are welcome once again. So on that note, let me respectfully invite the Minister for Youth and Sports to come and make the statement in respect of the impending All Africa Games. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement to inform this Honorable House on Ghana's preparation for hosting an organization of the 13th African Games, Accra 2023. Mr. Speaker, following the successful resolution of the impasse amongst the African Union, the Association of the National Olympic Committee of Africa, ANOCA, and Association of African Sports Confederation, UCSA, by a high-level delegation led by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the local organizing committee was directed to initiate key stakeholders discussion for scheduling of the realistic dates for the organization of the 13th African Games, Accra 2023. Thus, the date for the 13th African Games, Accra 2023, was rescheduled to commence from 8th to 23rd, 2024. The Ministry of Youth and Sports and the local organizing committee quickened up the progress of work on the provision of facilities for the Games, preparation of relevant guidelines, rules, regulations, and manual. Consequently, there has been intense commitment of providing the needed resources towards the completion of all outstanding programs and activities required for successful organization of the Games. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Youth and Sports intensifies supervision of the local committee to deliver on its technical, managerial, administrative, and organizational role rapidly, aim at achieving the agreed standards for the Games. As a result, work progressed steadily on the construction and refurbishment of facilities, procurement of services, and the deployment of technical documents for the Games. Additionally, obligatory preparatory review meetings and capacity building activities have been held to ensure timely delivery of the Games. Mr. Speaker, dates for the African Games. The 13th African Games, Accra 2023, organized as it has been agreed by the schedule from 5th to 7th March 2024, arrival of athletes and officials from all participating countries. 8th March 2024 will be the opening ceremony at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, Legon. 23rd March 2024 will be the closing ceremony at the same venue at the University of Ghana. 24th March 2024, departure of athletes and officials. 24th to 31st March 2024, tidying up and cleaning of waste generated. And from June 2024, preparation and submission of reports to all stakeholders. However, Mr. Speaker, some discipline, badminton and table tennis, are scheduled out before the official opening of the Games. So yesterday, table tennis started, and today, badminton is going to start. Activity. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that the Games organize the best, organize the best African Games, several activities carried out by the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the local organizing committee result in significant progress of work. Broadly, that over the period can be categorized in terms of infrastructure and the fulfillment of relevant obligation by the local organizing committee, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and other key stakeholders. These activities resulting in both hard and soft products are being shipped to the required. The hard components consist of the facilities, equipment, vehicles, machineries, and materials, while the soft components are the essential administrative setting, operational structure, system, process, and procedure, as well as hospitality, entertainment, welfare matters, and required for the organization of the games. Facilities and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the successful hosting and organization of the games relies largely on the provision of relevant facilities, thus the provision of facilities at Botima Sports Complex, which was recently commissioned by His Excellency the President of the Republic, the Legon, and other selected areas are completed. The fiscal progress has been achieved due to the timely release of appropriate funds from the Ministry of Finance to contractors and other service providers. The fiscal outcome: the following facilities have been constructed and refurbished and upgraded. Botima Sports Complex. We have 10-lane aquatic center competition pool at the Botima Sports Complex, a 10-lane warm-up at the Botima Sports Complex, 5 tennis courts constructed, one of them covered with spectator stand with VVIP and press sitting place. We have a multi-purpose dome, which is also constructed and completed. We have a multi-purpose 1,000-seater multi-purpose hall for indoor games like handball, volleyball, basketball, boxing, also completed. We have athletics track, 8-lane athletic track, also completed. We have a football pitch completed, at the block, also completed. All these are at the Botima Sports Complex. Then at the University of Ghana, we have upgraded the University of Ghana stadium, which is also completed, an 8-lane running track, which is the World Athletic Body have certified, have also been completed. Per the games requirements, a warm-up track, 5 meters away from the main bowl, has also been constructed and completed. Athletic oval, the media center, the VVIP lounge and offices, and a new rugby stadium to have been constructed at the University of Ghana. The Games Village. Mr. Speaker, the Games Village at the University of Ghana, refurbishment, 4 hostels, the Hila Liman Hall, Alexander Papon Hall, Francis Say Hall, and Jane Aka Nelson Hall, all have been upgraded to include air conditions, heating systems, and everything that is required for the games have all been completed. And 4 domes for catering, medical, and kitchens and antibiotics have also been set up, completed. Fiscal outcome. The funding for the project relating to the provision of facilities for hosting and organization of the games was also as good to all the contractors have been paid. The total contract sum for the games approved by this House, amounting to $195 million United States dollars, have been paid to all the contractors. Competition and training venues. The facilities for competitions and training venues during the games have all been identified and are ready for hosting the respective discipline as indicated in the table below. Mr. Speaker, for athletics, the University of Ghana is going to be where the competition is going to take place, and for training, we have the University of Ghana in Botima. For badminton, the multipurpose hall at Botima is where the competition will take place. Then the training venue to the same thing at the University of Ghana. Cycling, it will be taking place at Ablekuma, Pokwasi Highway, and for warm-up, the same place, the same venue will be used as warm-up. Table tennis, the dome for table tennis, it will be held at International Conference Center. The International Conference Center will be where the table tennis is taking place. Then we have tennis at the Botima Sports Complex. At the Botima Sports Complex, where the Trilon at Botima Sports Complex, wrestling, Hannah Haramani Hall, then wrestling, City Conference Hall, University of Ghana. Then we have beach volleyball, Labo Beach, and volleyball court. Basketball, we have netball court at Legon, Boxing, Bokum Boxing Arena, where the competition is taking place. Chess at Alisa Hotel. Cricket will be at Achimota Cricket Oval. Football, Accra Sports Stadium and the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, and also Cape Coast Sports Stadium. We have handball, Baltimore Sports Complex. Hockey will be at the Theodore Oko Hockey Stadium. Judo, Gamashi Hall at Bokum. Karate Do will be at the Baltimore Sports Complex. Rugby will be at the University of Ghana Rugby Stadium that we have just constructed. Swimming will be at the Aquatic Center at Baltimore. Taekwondo will be at the Gamashi Hall at Bokum. Indoor volleyball at the Baltimore Sports Complex. Weightlifting at the GBC Hall. Esports will be at the University of Ghana. Miss Martial Arts, Bokum Boxing Arena. Pickleball will be at the netball court at the University of Ghana. Speedball will be at the GBC Hall. Sambo will be at the Harmony Hall. Scramble. Technical standard for African Games. Mr. Speaker, a series of technical meetings were held and a number of decisions have been taken. The technical meeting for the African Games, which is chaired by Her Excellency, Her Excellency Minata Susuma, the AU chairperson, have organized a series of meetings to ensure that we have these games successfully held in Ghana. A weekly meeting for the local organizing committee and my good self, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, have been going to ensure, and a monthly site meeting with the contractors and other service providers. Weekly meetings for confederation heads and sports federation heads to ensure we are all on the same length have been instituted. Weekly briefings with the Honorable Minister. These are all to ensure that we are on the same wavelength and our preparation is on track. Mr. Speaker, we use this for assessing the progress and resolve issues and instituting a contingency for anticipated eventualities which may affect the objective of the Games. Confirmation of sports schools. Mr. Speaker, standard requirements for the Games as Olympic qualifiers were established, and a total number of 29 sports schools or disciplines will be competed at the 13th African Games, Accra 2023. 8 of these sporting disciplines will serve as Olympic qualifiers to Paris 2024 Olympic Games. And these sport disciplines are athletics. So for athletics, all the athletes coming here, they have to compete and qualify for Paris. Badminton, cycling, table tennis, triathlon, swimming, and wrestling. These are all Olympic qualifiers. Then we have sporting discipline will be non-Olympic qualifiers. Arm wrestling, basketball, beach volleyball, boxing, cricket, chess, football, handball, hockey, judo, karate do, rugby, taekwondo, volleyball, and weightlifting. Additionally, 6 sporting disciplines with demonstration sports, and these are esports, mixed martial arts, pickleball, speedball, sambo, and scramble. Athletics competing in the demonstration sports will not win it as we do. It is only for promotional purposes. Participation countries, Mr. Speaker, for the 13th African Games is expected to attract over 13,000 participants, with over 5,000 athletes, 3,000 volunteers, 3,000 technical officials, that is medical doctors, physiotherapists, and other technical officials, 2,000 official guests. In addition, we are expecting over 2 billion spectators to participate via TV, radio, and other virtual platforms across the globe. Approval of the Games theme song. The theme song, the 13th African Games, titled Experience the African Dream, composed by 43-year-old Ghanaian musician and a songwriter, Ebenezer Tracy, was approved by the Technical Committee for the African Games and subsequently launched by the Local Organizing Committee on the 23rd December 2023. The theme song is the soul of the African Games, and it is expected to invoke passion, and create more awareness for the upcoming African Games. Preparation for Team Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the FIFA Sports, in consultation with relevant stakeholders, have appointed Mr. Ernest Danso as Chef de Mission for Team Ghana to take charge of the preparation of the Team Ghana participation in the African Games. And the Chef de Mission, working with all the federation heads, have selected competent and qualified athletes as Team Ghana. As part of the selection process, the Chef de Mission, in collaboration with the federation and the National Sports Authority, have organized competition to select the best athletes for Team Ghana. Also, to ensure maximum preparation for the Games, Team Ghana have moved to camp at Cape Coast on the 20th January and have since returned, and they are currently at the University of Ghana Games. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Youth and Sports have also institutionalized weekly meetings with the local organizing committee, the Chef de Mission, and the Federation for constant feedback on the day-to-day preparation to ensure that Ghana represents a formidable team that will not only participate in the game, but also win medals for our country. The local organizing committee is required to prepare technical documents to inform the preparation for the Games. Mr. Speaker, as part of the awareness creation, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, through the local organizing committee, launched 100-day countdown on the 9th November 2023. The occasion was graced by His Excellency the President of the Republic, the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He inspected the facilities at the Botima Sports Complex and the University of Ghana Stadium. The Vice President used the occasion and called on all participating countries to replicate the countdown in their respective countries, so as to promote the Games in the entire continent and beyond. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana launched the 25-day countdown on the 13th February 2024 at the Botima Complex to further promote the awareness of the Games to Ghanaians and the entire continent. The occasion was to officially commission the facilities and pave the organization of the test for the Games by the Team Ghana as they prepare for the competition. Mr. Speaker, in anticipation of the 13th African Games, Accra 2023, the local organizing committee undertook a number of sensitization and public education, including the arrest organized on the 22nd December 2023 at the local organizing committee premises for the media and to solicit their views to propagate the Games to the general. And the program was attended by both the print and electronic media to pledge their commitment to use the platform to sensitize the general public about the Games. The local organizing committee teamed up with all the media to ensure this awareness for the Games is successful. Mr. Speaker, to ensure maximum security at the Botima side, the contractors have installed a number of CCTV cameras to help the surveillance and the deployment of security guards assigned to both day and night activities, and the deployment of patrol vehicles to be the patrol throughout the night. At the University of Ghana, Legon, the entire premises of the 4 hostels and the newly constructed domes of the Games Village have been fenced to restrict accessibility to the Games Village. Moreover, CCTV cameras have been installed in all the areas for surveillance to measure security measures at the site. Additionally, biometric smart lock system is being installed at the Games Village to ensure that only registered individuals, including athletes, official volunteers, can have access to the various facilities within the Games Village. A security subcommittee of the military and also police and the national security have been formed, and their membership is to ensure that safety and security of athletes, officials, and the facilities during and after the Games. Free visa for athletes. Mr. Speaker, in bid to ease the processing of documentation for foreign athletes and officials participating in the Games, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, in collaboration with the local organizing committee and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, have instituted measures to provide free visas to all the athletes and officials. This is to mitigate congestions and delays associated with the acquisition of visas. The facilities at Botima and the university have been constructed to meet the international standard and have been duly certified. The equipment and tools have been validated by the teams of experts ahead of commencement of the games. To ensure sustainability of the facility, the local organizing committee has trained on the operationalization of the equipment being installed at the facility, and at the end of the training, the equipment manuals have been transferred to the local team to guide them on the operation and use of the facility. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure the facilities are well maintained for the continual benefit of the good people of our country, the facilities at Botima will be converted to University for Sports for Development after the Games. This is to ensure that additional infrastructure such as hostel facilities, football pitches, cafeteria, a medical center will be provided on the site, and this will attract local and foreign sports federations to camp in Ghana and prepare for various competitions and ultimately position as a sports hub within the West Africa sub-region. Operational cost. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of 47,712,853 United States is estimated to cover the operational cost of the local organizing committee. This estimated amount is earmarked to be used by the local organizing committee, organization of the technical meeting of the technical committee for the African Games, preparation of relevant guidelines, rules and regulations and manuals, sensitization, the games management system, accommodation for athletes and officials, transportation for athletes and officials, catering services for the athletes and officials, security for the athletes and officials, volunteers, accreditation, purchase of sports equipment for all the 29 sporting disciplines that have been identified to be competed in these games, and this amount will also cover payment of rent for the LOC office of accommodation and logistics and their monthly allowance. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the completion of this sporting facility for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games, Accra 2023, score the commitment of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, to the development of sports in Ghana. The facilities at Botima, especially the aquatic center, is one of its kind in the whole of Africa, and this will not only make Ghana a center for sports development in the continent, where various sporting competitions will be in the near future, but it will also help develop talent of our youth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is poised to organize the best ever African Games this month. And Mr. Speaker, this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, for his vision and continuous support for the mixed sports to provide this for the good people of Ghana. Let me use this opportunity to also thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your personal support and guidance and advice to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, my good self, and also the local organizing committee. And then let me also thank my colleagues, members of Parliament, for their support from both sides. The Parliamentary Select Committee for Youth and Sports have been very, very supportive on this journey. And in conclusion, let me thank the general public for their support and call on corporate Ghana and everybody to rally behind and support for us to host the rest of Africa. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ordinarily, once the minister has finished, the ranking member could have taken the lead. But the former Minister for Youth and Sports is also going for the appointment committee at 12. So if he can be given the lead, then he will just speak and go so that the ranking member will stand it up for us.
But, Honorable, I haven't called you. Let me listen to Honorable Ni Lanti Vanderpoy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister first for his message and statement on Ghana's hosting of the 2023 All Africa Games. Mr. Speaker, the essence of the All Africa Games and other said games like the Olympic Games, the Commonwealth Games, the World Athletics Championship, the World Cup is not the competition itself, but to bring us together, to share experiences and also create a fraternity of a people who identify with a common purpose. Our four leaders, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the rest, who advance the intentions of the Africa Games, were not thinking about the medals. They were thinking about the cooperation, the cohesion, the friendliness of African countries and against capitalism of the days. So it is important for us to understand that these games is aimed at forging the African Union that was started as far back as the 1950s. So we should first be looking at we as one of the beacons of African democracy and political maturity, using this to further enhance the vision of Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in the advancement of United States of Africa. In saying that, I think that we must be looking at the games as an opportunity to enhance our trade, our working, our friendship, exchange of culture and tradition in African countries. The minister has elaborated the immense, let me say, support for the construction of various infrastructure to host these games. I'm very happy. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very happy that my constituency will be hosting a lot of the events. And I thank John Dramani Mahama for his vision.
Which events?
In building.
Which events?
Boxing, weightlifting, a lot of activities. Everything will be, almost about 7 events will be hosted in Bukom, Boxing Emporium. President John Dramani Mahama's vision of providing the boxing arena has really enhanced our ability to host these games. Before the building of the Aquatic Center, the Bukom Boxing Emporium had hosted Supreme Council for Sports in Africa Zone 3 Swimming Championship. The first time Ghana was hosting a World Cup Swimming Championship. And I think that the new infrastructure will further enhance our ability to achieve what we have talked about as using sports for national cohesion and development. Mr. Speaker, I also want to ask that we use this event as an opportunity to build a relationship between sports and the tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that our hospitality industry is one of the most expensive in Africa. And as we receive people across Africa to this country, I'm expecting that we shall have it with the tourism and hospitality industry to see how they will make it affordable for the tourists and people who will come in and celebrate with us during this period of the games. I also want, Mr. Minister has talked about security. It looks like it's centering on the games venues, events alone. The whole city of Accra will need to see particular event. It's going to bring a lot more people into the country. So our intelligence gathering, our monitoring, and our surveillance must be the best at this time. Nobody will want to walk through the streets of Accra as a tourist or as a sports person coming to this country, and then we will be besieged by pickpockets and all We must look at all these issues because these little things will affect our image as the most peaceful and friendly country in Africa. I also want us to look at the issue of possible technical challenges in these days of adundu. We should be very, very sure our games venues, centers will have constant, regular, and reliable supply of electricity so that our image do not suffer in the period of the games. In fact, it is possible that we're going to have few challenges, but I will expect the minister and the LOC to make sure that we minimize the challenges. Every games in the world suffer a form of challenge or the other. We should expect that, and we should minimize the challenge beset these games so that at the end of it, the rating in these games will be up. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this House. We've achieved something we have underrated, but for this House passing the anti-doping bill, these games will have been, excuse my language, because the anti-doping bill is the one that has given credibility to the performances of all the sportsmen who will be featuring in this tournament. And I said this House deserves a lot of commendation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I will urge Mr. Minister, I saw something the last time. These games is for Ghanaians, and I don't expect it to be politicized. Those party colors that were exhibited during the inspection should not appear at the opening ceremony and at any time of these games. This is not an event for a political party. This is an event for Ghana, and we expect all Ghanaians to gather and participate and host these games, so at the end of it all, as a nation, we'll be proud of ourselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much, former Minister for Sports. Let him now to Okanikwe Central, Honorable Patrick Yabwama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me use the opportunity to commend the Minister for Sports for the elaborate presentation of activities leading to the 2023 African Games, the first of its kind to be held in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Ododo has spoken at length on some of the very important things that I had penciled to speak on. I suffice to say that, Mr. Speaker, security is very important for these games, like Mr. Honorable Neil Ante said, and also the cleanliness of the games village and the country as a whole ought to also be taken into consideration. Let me commend the Minister for this visa-free initiative that has given the athletes less hassle in the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a game. This game started in 1965, and let me use this opportunity to commend some 29 events and individuals for winning gold medals for the country. We cannot host these games for the first time without remembering names like Rose Hart, Alice Anum, Ohene Kakari, Joshua Usu. Long jump. Ohene Kakari did 100 and 200 meters. Rose Hart did the discus and the 80 meters. Hannah Freer in 1978 won the gold medal. Professor Francis Dodu, who happens to be an advisor in the National Democratic Congress, was the longest triple jump title holder from Kumasi. And Miles Mills, Leo Miles Mills, Margaret Simpson, and Rose Yabua and Co. Mr. Speaker, they are names the ministry ought to celebrate. a very important occasion like this, because these are names that rekindles the spirit of sports and athletics. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 19, it talks about 13,000 people or sports enthusiasts who the ministry believes will be attending the event, and over 5,000 athletes, 3,000 volunteers, and 3,000 technical officers, and some other 2,000 guests. This puts a lot of stress on the ministry and the chef, the mission, that is Mr. Danso, to be up and doing and to be sure that they are always on point to ensure that the credibility of the games and our hosting rights are protected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have some proposal. Honorable Lilante spoke about the doping legislation that we passed. But the games will be over by the 24th of March. What are we going to do with those facilities? Having invested over estimated 47 million United States dollars. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we need to outsource some of these facilities to some professional property managers to be able to keep these facilities, because after the 2008 African Cup of Nations that we held in Ghana, go to Tamale, go to Esipon, and look at the facilities, all in deplorable state, Mr. I believe, I may be wrong, that the National Sports Authority does not have the capacity and the resources to manage and make good money out of some of the sports facilities. So the minister must consider, and as a matter of policy, to have some of these very important facilities, because we are investing so much in them and we need to maintain them. That is when we can get people attracted to sports, because if they go for training and the equipments are rusty, nobody will go back there again. Mr. Speaker, that will ensure the sustainability of the facilities we are putting together. Secondly, we need to encourage the school kids by giving them free access to the games venues, free of charge, the SHS, JHS, and primary school students, because looking at the events listed at page 4 of 12, athletics, badminton, some students or kids may not have seen a badminton court before. Some may not have triathlon, wrestling, arm wrestling, beach volleyball, alaboma, and co. Chess. We need to encourage them to attend these games, to understand, appreciate it, and use these games as an opportunity to start developing school sports. Very often we talk about sponsorship, and I always cite the South African example. Corporate South Africa put money into sports, but there was a strategy for them to retain some of the profits in the country. They were given access to certain privileges. They were tied to certain disciplines. That's why FNB will be sponsoring the South African League, which is very attractive to watch. Their kitting alone is very attractive. You go and watch our Premier Leagues and you'll be surprised that these are clubs that we used to in the olden days. Mr. Speaker and Honorable Minister, these are my few comments. I commend for showing respect as always to the House and briefing us. We wish Team Ghana the very best, and may our investment yield gold, silver, and bronze medals at the Games. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let them go to Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, thank you.
Fine.
Ranky will have a bite, I know. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports regarding the impending 13th All African Games to be hosted. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, if I have your attention,
Honorable Minister,
I want to commend you for the good work you've done in ensuring that even though these games delayed, we were able to run around the clock to ensure that in 2024 we are hosting it successfully. Mr. Speaker, also because he's young, and so the youth will be looking up to him and the leadership he will provide. Mr. Speaker, events such as this is an opportunity for a country to improve on its infrastructure and also beautify our cities for our international guests. I am happy that the investment we've done in respect of the infrastructure we put in place for hosting of the games. But my worry, Mr. Speaker, is the time thereafter. I recall that in 2008, we spent a lot of money in building the Tamale Sports Stadium, rehabilitating the Accra Sports Stadium, the Elwak Stadium, just to host the African Cup of Nations. But thereafter, our maintenance of this infrastructure has been poor. So today, the Tamale Stadium, even our national stadium, Accra Sports Stadium, has fallen into disuse. And we need a lot of money to be able to do renovation. So I want to urge him that after the games, we must have a stringent maintenance regime for the infrastructure that we put up to host, so that the facilities do not deteriorate. And also because we should be able to organize national events, sports events among the universities and schools to put the facility to use. Mr. Speaker, one other thing I want to speak about is our security. Because the whole of Africa will be visiting and the implications that dignitaries will be here, we have to beef up security internally and externally to protect the people who come, so any attempt is not made of the people who are here. Yes, Mr. Speaker, by exigencies of the time, we passed the anti-doping bill into law. It has led to the creation of a strict body that will be in charge of all our going forward after this. And it's such an important institution to authenticate our athletes who participate in some of these international events. So as a result of the games, we've been able to establish this. Mr. Speaker, let me also encourage the Honorable Minister to put in place a program that will attract the youth to witness the events, not only on TV, but people should visit the stadium, the games village, and witness the games and be able to also do business. Because, Mr. Speaker, during events like this, the visitors will have to leave some money in the economy. And they will not leave money in the economy if you don't provide the avenue for them to purchase our goods and services. So there should be a program fashioned for them to visit other places in the country in the course of the period that they are here, so that they can purchase artifacts and visit our tourist centers and leave money in the economy for us. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to commend him and wish him a very successful hosting. Thank you very much.
So let me blend it with a lady. So, Honorable Member for Dome Kwabenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement, ably made by the Minister for Sports, Youth and Sports. I want to start by commending the Minister for briefing the House on the African Games that would be hosted the first time by Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that since this game started in 1965, Ghana has never had the opportunity to host the games. So for some of us, it takes a leader who is a visionary, it takes a leader who wants to push the country on the international scale, who has international vision as well for his country, to be able to have Ghana host the African Games for the first time. So I want to take the opportunity to kudos to the President and to the Minister for Sports for being able to be and do all that it takes in terms of meeting the technical standards and to be able to host the African Games. Mr. Speaker, we are told by the statement that was delivered by the Minister that the Games will start on the 8th to the 23rd of March. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, together with the Minister for Youth and Sports, commissioned the Borteyman Stadium. Mr. Speaker, I think that this country is ever ready, or more than ready, to host this African Games in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of organization, in terms of the work that the local organization committee is doing. I want to commend them for the work so far done to be able to prepare this country to host the African Games. Mr. Speaker, from the statement also made by the Minister, we're told that we'll be having 13,000 participants. It means 13,000 people are going to be in Ghana. We are told that we're going to have 5,000 athletes and 3,000 volunteers and 2,000 guests. Mr. Speaker, that is taking us, if my mathematics, over 25,000 people in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I think that we ought to have a critical look at the economic effects or the benefits that we can gain as a country from hosting this game. Mr. Speaker, as we host athletes, as we host guests, as we host people from all parts of the world, we have to be able to take advantage of what they come in here to do in terms of economic activity. Our women that will be selling food, and that will be selling drinks, water, everything, the little things that we overlook, that Ghanaians are going to benefit a lot from it in terms of tourism that comes with this hosting of the African Games. I want to also urge that we boost up security. All the earlier contributors who contributed point that as we prepare to host people, as we are termed as a country that we are very hospitable, we also have to look at the crime aspect of these things. As people come in, as people flood, there's a possibility of crime up. What are our security agencies going to do about it? I think that the Minister should hand in hand with our security agencies to ensure that we be security during this time frame between the 8th and the 23rd of March. Mr. Speaker, owners of hotels, people who have invested in the real estate industry in Ghana, the Airbnb industry would benefit a lot from it. In that, everybody who comes in here to watch the games or to witness what happens with the games would have to lay her head somewhere. It means accommodation and our real estate industry will be boosted during this period. All I want to say is that as we take in visitors, as we take in strangers, we ought to make sure that we do those background criminal checks to make sure that the people we are letting into our homes, though we want to host, are people who are not going to leave bad influence as they leave. Mr. Speaker, in ending, what I want to say is that our restaurants, our food, our clothing, our culture, this is the time we can sell Ghana to the world. We have to be proud of what we have. As people come in, we should wear made in Ghana clothing. We should eat our food. We should teach them and expose them to what Ghana has to offer to them, so that, Mr. Speaker, it is not only the games that they're coming to watch, but they take Ghana with them everywhere they go. So I want to urge each one of us here, members of Parliament, as we go into our constituencies, to ensure that people who are constituents who take part in these African Games go in there with the mindset of selling the great culture, the rich culture of Ghana, our clothes, our food, and our personality as Ghanaians. And I think that at the end of the day, at the end of the period, we would be proud of ourselves as a country, and we will make that historical mark that Ghana, when we hosted the African Games, indeed there was something that people could back with them as something they came in from Ghana. I want to again commend the Minister for appraising the House on his plans and preparations towards the African Games. I wish the Black Stars and our other competitors from who will be in the racing and running and everything, I wish them all the best. We hope that they will take some medals with them to make us all proud of them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
I'll go to Honorable B.T. Baba.
Leader, Mr. Speaker, I will yield to the ranking member to wrap up on our side.
I have called Honorable B.T. Baba.
The BT Baba, and you are rushing. You are in leadership bench now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Are you BT Baba?
Mr. Speaker, on our side, we agree that the ranking will speak before me. That was why he caught up. Thank you. I don't want to repeat what the earlier speakers have said, but to congratulate the Minister for a very good job, well done, and for hosting these games. The importance of the games have been emphasized, and I don't need to also go to that length. But let us remind ourselves that at the end of it, it is the number of athletes from Ghana who qualify 2020. That is very sharp. And I want to urge our athletes that as host nation, host and win, we should also be seen to be hosting to qualify our athletes to the games in Paris. The more athletes we send there, the better our chances of medals at the games. Technically, I believe all the facilities have met the international standards. They have been well tested and approved by the international federations. So we don't have any problem about the use of the facility. But going forward, I think we should now be positioned in a way that we can now bid and host other games. For instance, handball, volleyball, swimming, boxing, and etc. There are other continental championships that these facilities put into better use and not allowed to be there until another occasion. I also share the view that the maintenance cost of the facilities needs to be encouraged. We have virtually lost a Sipon Stadium, Sekendi, Tamale, The other day we saw some septic emptier trying to fertilize the green grass so that they can water them to grow and put their pitches in order. This is not good. Wherever we have facilities, we must have a maintenance unit to periodically inspect the facilities and ensure that they are brought to standard for the use of our athletes. Yes, school sports. When you look at the school sports program, anytime they use, for instance, the Kumasis on the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, they are asked to pay for the use of this facility. I don't think that is good enough. We should make the facility available for the school sports federations to be able to use them. When we had Accra Sports Stadium with the athletic over there, we had coaches of the National Sports Council being there from morning to evening, and then the youth come in their numbers to train under these people, and we had a lot of athletes. The same way, the late A.O. Lawson, who developed most of the athletes was doing at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. So, to urge the University of Ghana Sports Directorate to ensure that the athletic oval at the stadium will be made available for other athletes to use them outside the competition period. If we don't do that, it means that we have no business saying that we are going to use the facilities to the best standards. I also want to talk about my own colleagues on ANOCA. Mr. Speaker, as the third Vice President of ANOCA, my colleagues are here, as well as all those international federation members. I want this opportunity to welcome them to our beautiful country and to say that they should enjoy the best of our country and have very memorable memories of the country as they participate and return to their various places of abode. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me also urge our team Ghana that competition must be participated in the best standards of sports. They should avoid any other malpractices that will undermine our issue. I'm talking about doping in sports. That is why WADA insisted that sign that anti-doping agency law to make sure that Ghana is compliant. And I urge her to be compliant so that we don't have any unfortunate incidents as far as clean sports is concerned at the Games. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
I'm taking 1-1. So I'll go to member for Tapa in Suayim. Let's make them brief. I think the statement has taken a lot of time. So, Honorable Duka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be brief on this matter. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Honorable Minister for the statement ably made and also recognizing the need to brief the House about the ongoing All-African Games. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that this event started in Brazzaville, Congo in 1965, and before that, in 1929, Alexandria of Egypt had almost completed preparations to start the African Games when the colonial powers stopped him. The importance of this and the resonating of the 1929 event to this one is how this event could bring us together as Africans. And it is important that we observe and recognize this day as an important day, that as parliamentarians we communicate accordingly to our constituents. Speaker, if you look through Wikipedia, it stated that this event is going to be decentralized, having some in Kumasi and Cape Coast. However, as the minister outlined, the event would not hear Kumasi nor Cape Coast. And I believe this will subsequently be corrected and be much advertised for Ghanaians to know that the event is being held in Accra. How many people in Ghana have heard of this event? Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you or to the people of Ghana, my constituents, most of them don't know about this African Games that is being held here. And I'm using this medium to humbly ask colleagues, as we take part in event tomorrow, we use the opportunity to educate our people about the event. It is very important and critical when we get a platform in our respective constituencies. Mr. Speaker, let me also recognize and acknowledge His Excellency the Vice President for involving himself personally in the activities of this event. He's personally visited all the event places with the Honorable Minister. He's in a way outlined things that we could do to help in making this event successful. So, Speaker, as we embark on this trajectory, I also ask Ghanaians that we trigger our hospitality endowed spirits by welcoming these visitors who are with us. It is important to note that in 2011, when South Africa hosted same event, they came up with so much profit in terms of catch, in terms of other important support and important investment from partners. And I believe same was replicated in 2015 when Egypt hosted. And I'm sure and know that Ghana is going to benefit immensely from this event. Mr. Speaker, I'm also excited that Honorable Chekbuama eloquently eulogized our past heroes, those who served this country at that level. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, just taking into consideration the time my colleagues are using to heckle me, I'm going to say that Takwa, my country, has an edifice, a 10,000-seater capacity built by Goldfields that could host some of these events. And Honorable Minister, subsequently when you are considering venue for such events, don't forget Takwa, where we are endowed not only with stadium but our resources, and we have the capacity to welcome our visitors from the diaspora. On that humble note, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely and wholeheartedly, on behalf of my constituents, commend the Minister and the local management committee for the wonderful organization of the first African Games in the Republic of Ghana, headed by His Excellency Nana Adoda Akufo-Addo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Haruna Idisu, the former minority leader.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, the Honorable Mustafa Yusuf. But Mr. Speaker, to note from the first paragraph of his statement, and I quote, This statement is to the Honorable House on Ghana's preparation for the hosting and organization. Mr. Speaker, I believe he should rather be informing the House of the commencement of the event, because the event commences from 8th to 23rd. When you say preparation, you came here and came for approval of loans to support Kwanzaa, Maus, and others to get the stadium completed. That was preparation. Hosting, you had to defer hosting because our venues were not ready, and you got the president to go and renegotiate rescheduling of the event. Matter of record, this must also come to us that you had to postpone the event because of our inability to adequately prepare to host the All-African Games. But Mr. Speaker, whilst at 8, may I refer you to page 11 of your committee's report, and this is the Parliament of Ghana. Ours is oversight. The Honourable Minister in paragraph 37 states, and I quote,
Honourable former leader,
page 11.
Which committee's report are you referring to?
No, his statement.
Okay.
So, Mr.
You said
may I refer to
you said your committee's report. Very well.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Hansard to capture it appropriately. I'm referring to page 11, paragraph 37 of the minister's statement, with the head note operational cost. And Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting the minister. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of $47,712,853 United dollars, 47,712,85365, is estimated to cover the operations local organizing committee. Mr. Speaker, the minister must prepare to walk back to this house. Now, you should have given us a detailed breakdown. What is this 47 million US dollars meant for? What is the organizing committee? No. You chose to come to this house and you chose to apprise us of how much money you intend to spend. This is Parliament. Ours is oversight. If you are spending $47 million on what? What are you spending $47 million on? We need to know, because we gave you build stadia, we gave you money to equip the stadiums. If you are spending $47 million, let us know. Is it on transportation? Is it on food? Is it on extra logistics? The Parliament of Ghana is there, but it's not here in the statement. And Mr. Speaker, I understand that there's an attachment. Anyway, that's my first observation. I'll try the rent of the statement. Then, Mr. Speaker, I come to paragraph 36. I have no problem if it's government policy to want to establish a new university for sports development and the games. But Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that given that you want to convert Botema to a university, you probably could dedicate that stadium to the University of Education, Winneba, which is noted for training of persons in those areas, including physical education. Everybody goes to Winneba to learn PA. So give it to them, then it becomes their Accra campus. And you dedicate it for the purpose of sports development. Mr. Speaker, that would be my suggestion. What is this attitude of wanting to create a new university? Let it be dedicated to the university for education, and let them use it as their campus for Accra, and dedicate it, because Mr. Speaker, everybody goes there already for training related to coaching to others. Then, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister knows that I'm in sports with him, particularly football. And Mr. Speaker, I must commend him. I have no difficulty commending even the President, that you can use the All-African Games for sports diplomacy. A lot of foreigners are coming into our country. What impressions will they get about Ghana can help many of them tomorrow to want to invest in our country and create opportunities in our country. So how you receive them at the airport, how they are hosted, who they eat or the cuisines, how they are treated by the Ghanaian, we are whole people, may tomorrow do a diplomatic thing for the country in attracting a number of them to want to do business in Ghana. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, Minister, you know, currently, Mr. Speaker, I'm a manager to a football club, Karela United. The Honorable Minister knows that I'm struggling now to get stadium for training, even for my matches. I've had to run to Nalergu, an uncompleted stadium. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow this weekend I'm playing the Porcupine Warriors, Kotoko. I've sent them to Nalergu. They've already protested that the standard of the pitch is not good enough, and that if there is no apron, they will not come. And when they come, they will penalize me and take points from my club, which is already struggling. So, Mr. Speaker, Minister, pay particular attention to the Tamale Aliu Muhammad Sports Stadium. It is in such a deteriorated position. Currently, Mr. Speaker, I am the one footing the bills even to water the pitch. I am the one doing it in the last few weeks because of the state of the pitch. I need a stadium for my matches. I don't have it. So you are not encouraging private sector people to go into football. Mr. Speaker, I'm in it with my colleague, the Minister for Employment, Mr. Atriman. He is doing sports development. Sports is now a major source of export. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I wanted the Honorable Patrick to conclude some negotiations for me of a sale of a player to you, which will bring in, he knows that. In fact, when the player scored last, he was the first to share a text with me of the standard of my player, Fatah Isahaku. Mr. Speaker, it's good money. But before you are lucky to have that, you must invest well. Invest well. Patrick, don't worry. Very soon you walk to Leicester and do the final signing. And I'll be rich I am today. With legitimate football men. But Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraging us to invest in football, particularly the corporate sector. So maybe we should pass a Corporate Responsibility Act and compel the corporate companies to invest in football and soccer, not use corporate social responsibility for funerals and outdoorings. That is wrong. That is wrong. They must dedicate it to football and soccer development. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend him. But, Minister, after this ceremony, those facilities you have built, make it available to the Ghanaians who want to train. Mr. Speaker, for instance, today, if you wanted an athlete from Upper East, from Pusiga or Bolga to run, he may have to go to Nalergo to do the running or go. That is not acceptable. You develop the talents all around the country. All around the country. You have to go to Nalergo and be able to run. Come to Tamale, you don't even have a stadium where you can run the full walk. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. I train at the Tamale Stadium every Saturday and Sunday, and I run round. I do 400 meters every day. As I run, I avoid potholes to my left. You can go and see it. Because, and Mr. Speaker, the risk is that once your knee twists, once you are running, you are in trouble. And you are in trouble because of the state of the pitch. So, Minister, pay attention to it. Once in a while, Mr. Speaker, I train at the Accra Sports Stadium. To commend you, you've done some work there. It looks better. Looks better than I saw it the last time. But it is also not in good state. So, Minister, commendable. African Games, use it for sports diplomacy. But don't do a new university. Give the stadium to the University of Education, Winneba, and let them use it for PE and sports. Then pay attention to the development of sports. Next time you have opportunity, build a dedicated stadium in the Upper East region. They have none. Upper West region, they have none. When I go to play football matches in Wa, Mr. Speaker, my players complain. Sometimes they have to change their boots to the ground one. Sand, not AstroTurf or grass. But Mr. Speaker, football is now a major export activity. And Ghana has talents. In fact, Ghana is rated the 7th in Ghana, which is able to export more talent abroad. If we develop in it, we may be able to gain some good foreign exchange which supports sports development. Then, Mr. Speaker, this idea of football not under anybody's control or influence, we have to think it. Government cannot be given money for football, and government cannot demand accountability for football. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, commendable statement. They say you have, Minister, you have advertised how you are going to spend the 47 million. This House will be interested in how the money is spent. Now give us a post report. Tell us your intention What do you want to do with 47 million? Bring it down for us. This is House of Oversight. Then we'll follow through how the money is spent. If it's not spent well, then we'll hold you accountable. But when you just come and get a blanket check of 47 million, Mr. Speaker, this Parliament must desist from that general support to the ministers to spend. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll take the chip. Is it okay? Are you?
Mr. Speaker, it's better you take leadership so that you can go to the State of the Nation. So I will yield to the ranking member so that I will.
You yield to the ranking member, and
Mr. Speaker, I will also yield to the next.
Fine. So that's the last batch I'm taking. But please, we've already spent so much time. So please be brief. Honorable Yumi, just be brief for me.
Brief.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to commend the Minister for Youth and Sports for his statement. Mr. Speaker, I would say being a continental event or game, having the clear intention of bringing everybody together, unity at the core of it, to arrive at what we all desire and want, it will be appropriate to commend all those who contributed in ensuring that we are having this event in Ghana today or this month. This whole idea of the continental game coming to Ghana started somewhere 2015. And let me commend, well, may he so rest in peace, the late Honorable Alhaji, retired Major Mustafa Ahmed, the then Minister for Youth and Sports, who had instruction from the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to pursue the dream, which he started with the involvement of some consultants. And by the time we set JAG to get the 2019 nod, the decision went to Morocco. And that was when the name was even changed to African Games from All African Games. And so the other minister that inherited the process, somewhere October 2016, was Honorable Nilante Van der Poel, who also got the nod and support from His Excellency the President then. And so a bid document was put together and sent to the AU Commission. And at that, we started bidding for the 2023. And when the President lost the election and the new Minister for Youth and Sports, Isaac, took over, he continued the process. And in 2018, he was able, with the same consultants at work, got the nod for us to host the 2023. And so we are for all of us to commend everyone who contributed and supported the process all along. I want to urge the Minister, Mr. Speaker, that as much as possible, as was touched on by some of the colleagues that have spoken earlier, that we depoliticize this whole process, so that at least we will have all hands on deck and put everybody together, so that at least that fever of hosting, that pride, will be felt by everybody. And then also the process of procuring sweats and goods will be such a fair process in such a way that everybody should, who wants to probably play a role or render a service, will have a fair opportunity of getting selected. So that in the end, we will all be proud that, yes, the essence of sports has been practically felt by everybody in the country, of uniting everybody and bringing all of us together, so that at least we will all historically pat the shoulders and say that, yes, we have arrived and we have actually added one very good fit to our historical achievements. Mr. Speaker, the leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, touched on that. I think I would also just casually say something.
Honorable, if he touched then it means already known to the House.
No, I just want to say something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the paragraph 37 particularly.
He said if you see something, say something. You have
Yes,
seen anything.
yes, so, Mr. Speaker, we remember the Committee on Youth and Sports met the local organizing committee, the LOC, and actually we demanded to know about some of these, and then we actually requested that they needed to furnish us with some for us to peruse and then make some suggestions. Mr. Speaker, that hasn't come, and we were just told or being told today, and as rightly said, it is not proper. Your intent to the committee and the House ought to be known, so that at the end of the day, you can then present the actuals. So this way of going about things, I think, is not the best. So the minister should realize that you have not responded appropriately to your committee's call on the LOC to get us information on this particular aspect. And I think that ought to be known. Mr. Speaker, we need to also appreciate
Honorable.
Yes, the diplomacy aspect. Already we are beginning to hear a few feedbacks. And so it will be very important that as admonished him, I mean the minister, by the leader, that he puts his ears on and puts his, he should have his feelings to ensure that we have a seamless process. There are various challenges as I speak to you. I will not mention names here for purposes of just creating problem or panic, but he needs to put his ears on the ground and be able to proactively resolve some of the issues with regards to accommodation and some also about transportation of some of the officials that are in the country event. Mr. Speaker, there will be the need for the entire process I speak in terms of the cost of the tickets to the event announced. I didn't see that in the statement, but I'm aware that a ticket is going for about 150 cedis, between 150 cedis and 500 cedis. If it is true, and 50, so you need to spell that also out, because you want to carry the entire country along, so that those who will be interested buy the tickets and where to buy the tickets, if it's online or wherever, so that they will be able to participate or go and it's very important. And it's so important that also, yes, Mr. Speaker, I know you yourself, I'm sure, driving from home to this place, you didn't feel this country is hosting an event. The usual inferior, the usual, at least noise making, is not there. So there'll be there for some more.
Honorable Minister, I hope all the conversation is directed towards you. So you should.
I'm talking about publicity. It's not say publicity.
Well, publicity. At least that's why I said in inverted commas, in quotes, at least to ensure that we get all to know it. Just as others had spoken earlier, who said in their various constituencies, for instance, or various those that are even closer to Accra do not even know about the event. How much more those at Takwa and Co. So there will be the need to the publicity and involve a lot more people, so that at least people can begin to have a feel of the process. I also share, and I agree, as was said, about post the event. I mean, there will be the need to relook at the legacy projects, which has to do with those that have been built, how to put them to use. I think I'll suggest to present a proposal to Parliament, so that we can all have a discussion and see the way forward with regards to that, so that at least we don't make the mistakes, including management of same going forward, so we don't have problem of mismanagement and then all that. So I thank everybody, the previous government, the NDC government, everybody together. This is one event that must bring all of us together as Ghanaians and work forward to ensure that at least our team Ghana wins the medals. In fact, we are hosting to win medals.
So when will you finish?
In fact, I want to urge Mr. Minister, that normally countries host to win medals. So we will judge you. We will judge you how many medals Ghanaians have won. And so that one, so far in table tennis, we are getting 0. We are scoring 0. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Good opportunity. Very well. So, Honorable Dr. Kisi, You are a medical doctor, and I know you have something to say about it. Be brief.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be as brief as possible, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually very happy. This is a House of Records. There's one key thing I need to clarify, and I think we cannot say all of this without adding Isiama, the former minister, who really, I think, did a lot of legwork leading into this from 2017. And this was literally 1 year after we came into office. So the bid was won in 2018. And that was also still largely through the efforts of our former sports minister. So I rise to put on record the fact that this is a powerful achievement in the first term of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration. And I believe that in addition to what Honorable Yusuf have said, sports is a very powerful tool for bringing countries together. In terms of our foreign relations, soccer or any sporting activity can strengthen our relations with many countries. And I believe that it is also one of the powerful things that bring all Ghanaians together. When it's about Ghana and sports, we all sing one song. And I believe that this will be a fantastic opportunity for Ghana to also shine and show more than just sports, but our hospitality, our friendliness. And I believe that here will be at Friday's opening event. And I'm encouraging Ghanaians to really look out for the tickets, because the tickets are unlike the Super Bowl in America, which had a highest cost of $37,000 for a ticket to the Super Bowl. And this one is which is about 2,000 Ghana cedis or 50 Ghana. For some of us, we can afford the 50 Ghana. So I'm encouraging members through this medium to participate and buy as many as possible the media houses. And as of tomorrow, I'll be wearing the jersey in support of the African Games. And I must say that this is something that the minority and the majority agree on, that sports really can heal us and heal our wounds and bring us together more than we know for national cohesion. So in support of the statement that our Honorable Minister for Sports has done, I'm of the opinion that as we move out of the chamber today, we'll all be singing the same tune and be encouraging our youth. And I know that based on this event, many people will aspire to do greater things out of this sporting event. And Mr. Speaker, thanks for this opportunity. And shall I say, a huge plus to the ministry, especially also on their transparency with regards to how much has been allocated for this. And I think that is commendable. And I know that for sure the ministry will also come out with how much has been utilized for every item. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. We'll all support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Minister, do you want to say something? Very well. So on behalf of the House, let me thank the minister for briefing the House and by extension the nation what is at stake in the impending African Games. Let me equally thank all the contributors who have also genuinely also spoken in diverse ways for a good game that Ghanaians are expecting from all the competitors from African countries. So on that note, we bring statement to a close and we will revert to our debate on the President's statement to the House. So leadership, I hope you've all given me the list. We will start from Honorable Mreku. Honorable, you are Deputy Minister of State and you have minutes.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am so elated for this opportunity by adding my voice to the debate on the state of the nation address successfully made by the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable Speaker, currently, Ghana is the leading producer of gold on the continent, contributing 4 million ounces of gold. So, Speaker, as I speak with you, we are proud of that because the South Africa that was leading the gold producing platform is struggling because of power outages. According to the report from the Chamber of Mines, Mr. Speaker, 18% of the threshold of power in South Africa is hinged on the activities of mining. And that 18% South Africa is struggling to get. That has reduced tremendously on their production level. If you go to Zambia, Mr. Speaker, and per the Chamber's report, their production has also declined astronomically, Mr. Speaker, and that is contributing to decline. Mr. Speaker, as the President took office in 2017, unfortunately, Anglo Gold Ashanti Mine in Obuasi was not functioning. That relegated us to the backbench. Mr. Speaker, BBNE was not functioning. It relegated us. But for the intervention of His Excellency the President and his government, we are back on the pedestal of leading in gold production as far as this continent is concerned. And that is commendable. And for the President mentioning that, for the President outlining ably, it is something that we are proud of as a government. Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you, government has reduced the tax component on the withholding aspect of the export of gold. And that is also commendable. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking of increase in taxes without the mention of the reduction aspect that we've done. And the aspect of gold export, Mr. Speaker, we have reduced it, the withholding tax from 3% to 1.5%. And that is a fact. And, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of that. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Duka, just hold on.
Let's do this to a minister, but I'm particularly following his contribution to the State of the Nation address. My point of order is two things. One, he said BBNE is not functioning, as if it's a town BBNE. If he wants to mention, he should do so, but BBNE is BBNE. If he is talking about a gold mine located in BBNE, let him provide the name of it. Then two, he says that the tax have been reduced from what rate to what rate. We need it for the record so that we can respond to him. He just said so, that withholding tax have been reduced. We are not aware of it. Reduced from what percent to what percent on gold. So that, Mr. Speaker, when we are responding, we'll respond from an informed position. Sorry about that, but thank you, Mr.
Honorable members, but for Honorable Helena Idris, I wouldn't have allowed this. Yes, that That's why I grant him that. But since we started the debate, we said one thing, that we wouldn't entertain any interruption. If somebody is contributing and you think there's wrong, please put it down, and when it gets you can address it. We want it to the debate to flow. So, Honorable Duka, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful in as much as you would always want our respected outgoing leader to intervene. He must come up with and also pay attention, because, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the withholding tax from 3% to 1.5%, and it's on record. So bringing it back, yes, I acknowledge the BBNE aspect, Mr. Speaker. The BBNE, I mentioned mines. When I mentioned Anglo Gold Ashanti mine, quickly added BBNE, and I know as a former trade minister, he knows about BBNE. And when we talk of mining, we're talking of BBNE mine. So he must know. But I will acknowledge that because of his position, Mr. Speaker, and the respect we have for him. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, the production of gold is really making this country proud. And if you talk of the commitment of this government in terms of sustainable power, in ensuring that our mining companies function, is something we must commend. Mr. Speaker, as a deputy minister responsible for mines, I know most of the African countries are struggling because of lack of power. And that lack of power is really, really disturbing productions in some African countries. And Ghana having sustainable power to enable us chalk this pedestal is something commendable, and we must commend the Minister for Energy and his government, being headed by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the sustainability of power. Mr. Speaker, we have also ably regularized our small-scale mining sector, which the President mentioned so well, so that we've gotten countries like South Africa, Sudan, Zambia, Liberia, Burkina Faso visiting to understudy our modus operandi, how we are regularizing the small-scale mining sector. Mr. Speaker, one will ask, what are you doing differently? Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you, rolling out of community mining concept has been a model countries are emulating. The supply of free machine as part of our commitment towards Minamata Convention has also been well touted by countries on this continent. Mr. Speaker, we have also formed district mining committees in their respective districts to supervise, oversee the activities of mining in their respective districts. That also commendable. Mr. Speaker, we've set up control room, or what we call the situation room, at the Minerals Commission in tracking all earth-moving machines. These machines are being tracked for us to know how they are being used. If a machine is being used illegally, Mr. Speaker, what we do is to demobilize or deactivate that machine for it to be able to function. And that is to regulate the illegal mining activities in the country. And that this government has, in a way, held a boom. Mr. Speaker, the digitalization of the estate platform at the airport is something that we must also be proud of. That we digitalized our assay platform in ensuring that we are able to collect, account for the gold produced, and that is also cutting down smuggling. Mr. Speaker, we are able to account for the gold produced, and it's the reason why we are leading. And it's the reason why Ghana is seen as the beacon or the hub of mining in Africa. Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you, we are moving from the era of exporting in a raw form to the value addition level by also making sure that we have a refinery that is set up and certified by LBMA. Mr. Speaker, that is to get a base where we will have lots of Ghanaians employed. And that is also commendable by this government. And I'm happy His Excellency the President mentioned we having a royal gold refinery that is done. When I say it is done, it is completed. It will be commissioned soon, awaiting certification from LBMA. Also likely to establish 100% Ghanaian-owned small-scale related refinery that will have its traceability system also attached. And soon, Ghanaians will see that. And it is a reason we are saying continue, giving us the authority, giving us the power to establish what we started, to continue with the good things that we started. Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you, in Ghana you have a that is being managed by Ghanaians, solely Ghanaians, where experts are not part of the syndrome. And that is something we've also ensured that we, as a government. Mr. Speaker, you can take your top of Anglo Gold, Ibiapre mine, and you get there, it is being managed by a Ghanaian. And Ghanaian is heading that institution. They are doing well. You talk of Goldfields Ghana Limited is being headed by a Ghanaian. They are doing well. And local content is being assured. And local content will move also from the era of just supplying of mining materials or equipment, but to the level of ownership where we can equip Ghanaians to own their own concessions. Mr. Speaker, and that is what we want to see in the industry going forward. A country that could equip its own members to own mining concessions. That is what we want, and that is what we need as a country. Showing leadership, providing authority to Ghanaians to have that impetus, that authority to own their own concessions. South Africa is South Africa because most of the mining companies in South Africa are owned by the indigenes of South Africa. And that is the era we want to go. We don't want to go back to an era where, opportunities are not given to Ghanaians. We want to build an industry, a hub that people will look up to. And we are happy about that. And that is mostly supported by the enactment that we have done as a house, and that was done in 2020, the LI 2431, the local content and local participation regulation. And that is a good call, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that His Excellency the President has outlined and indicated proudly that Ghana will not leave the component or the aspect of only leading, but will go ahead in adding value to whatever we produce. And it is a reason why we established a purposeful vehicle like the Minerals Income Investment Fund that is making investment to support the future of this country. Now we can go ahead and say that we see tangibles where we can point out that we got these from the production of gold. We got these from our natural resources. That is a way to go. That is for us. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of Ghana Integrated Union Development Corporation is a good call that at the international level is acknowledged. We are proud of that. GISDEC is equally appreciated internationally, Mr. Speaker, and that these are things that we're doing to add value, to create the future that we would all want. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would say that in collaboration with the sector and the government cabinet, we have established an enviable mining industry that Ghana, if we are allowed to continue, Ghana will be a better place as far as mining is concerned. On that score, I thank you once again for the opportunity given to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We turn to Honorable Rickett Hagan. Honorable, you are ranking. You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm entitled to 15 minutes.
He said so.
Oh, he said so. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to contribute to His Excellency, the President's State of the Nation address a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, doing so, I want to respond to the assertion by His Excellency the President that his performance, since we started the Fourth Republic, that he's actually been the best performing president. His vice president also says that he's been the best vice president. Mr. Speaker, that is far from the truth. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the situation that we are in terms of almost a collapsed economy, if you look at how much money has actually come into this government's hands in the last years, and they have done very little with it, the president cannot tout himself as the best president or the best performing president. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at how much money has come into President Nana Akufo-Addo's hands in the last 7 years. Mr. Speaker, our revenues, or the revenue that this government has collected from 2017 up until last year, 2013, 2023, and how much loans that government has actually taken also for the same period. Mr. Speaker, the total revenue and grants that this government has taken from 2017 to the end of 2023, Mr. Speaker, amount to 505 billion cedis. 505 billion cedis, what this government has taken from 2017 in terms of revenue and in terms of grants. In terms of revenue, Mr. Speaker, tax revenue, all other revenues, including petroleum revenues, that is the oil and gas, revenues, which accrue to us due to royalties and other things. Mr. Speaker, in terms of loans that this government has taken, in terms of loans, Mr. Speaker, we handed over 120, some will say 122. But the current debt stock is over 600 billion. Mr. Speaker, in the last 7 years, this government has borrowed 500 billion. If you put the money borrowed by this government for the last 7 years, which is 500 billion, to the 505 billion that they have received in terms of revenue, grants, and all other forms of revenue. It means that in Nana Akufo-Addo's hand, in the last 7 years, he has received over 1 trillion Ghana cedis. Wow. 1 trillion Ghana cedis is what this government has received. Wow. If you put the revenues and the loans together. Mr. Speaker, let's do some comparison here. Under President Mahama, the revenues that accrue to his government from the date he was in office to the date we left, which is 2016, is 90 billion. Mr. Speaker, in terms of debt or money we borrowed, that's the figure says 120. If you take out what President Kufuor left us, you would say that President Mahama took 110 billion in terms of debt. If you add that revenues, that is the revenue with grants and all that, that is 200 billion. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama did all the things he did with 200 billion. Nana Akufo-Addo has taken 1 trillion. And for 7 years, and there's not much actually to show for it. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama used 200 million, or billion, sorry, to build Commander Sugar Factory, which government has refused to make it work. President Mahama did the Kumasi Shoe Factory, Mina Fish Processing Plant, the Western Cement Factory, the Savannah and the share nut at Buffet. So in terms of factories, President Mahama used 200 billion to do this. What has Nana Akufo-Addo done with 1 trillion in 7 years? One district, one factory, which is supposed to be companies owned in the private sector that the government supported. The government has wasted money in terms of tax exemptions, not factories owned by friends and family. And there is nothing to show for it. They said they created 170 or so factories. Mr. Speaker, the factories that President Mahama built, if they've been allowed to work, would have created more jobs than they claim they have done on the one district, one factory. The factory was supposed to be in every district. Mr. Speaker, with 1 trillion half districts in this country, today can say that they have a factory there. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama used 200 billion to increase access to potable water in this country to 76%. What record has Nana Akufo-Addo got in the last 7 years in terms of water and sanitation with 1 trillion Ghana cedis? Mr. Speaker, Project Done, which is the Teshi plant, the Lavender Hill, and so many others, the Sawum water plant, Teshi and Lungwa and all that, all were done by President Mahama with 200 billion Ghana cedis. What has Nana Akufo-Addo done with 1 trillion? When it comes to health, President Mahama used 200 billion to deliver quality health care to improve the health of Ghanaians. President Mahama used 200 billion to do Ridge Hospital, which is a 420 bed. The same 200 billion, we have the University of Ghana Teaching Hospital, we have the Tamale Teaching Hospital, Tema Maritime Hospital, the Military Hospital in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, these projects were done with 200 billion Ghana cedis. Which hospitals has His Excellency the President built in this country with 1 trillion in the last 7 years? Mr. Speaker, when COVID came, had it not been the hospitals built by President Mahama, would have been a much worse problem than we faced. Mr. Speaker, when we come to education, nobody is against free education. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not against free education. In fact, it is enshrined in our constitution that if Ghana is in a good position, free education should be given and should be done progressively. The difference between Nana Akufo-Addo and President Mahama, President Mahama was doing this progressively. President Nana Akufo-Addo said, we should do it now. Mr. Speaker, it was not planned properly. No proper funding was put in place for this. When the president went elsewhere outside the continent, he was asked this question, that how much is it going to cost, this free education that we are talking about? He could not give any answer. He said he will have to return back to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that the implementation of this free education has more or less become a disaster, where our children are sleeping on the corridors of their schools. The food they eat, the least talk about it, the better. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama built schools, the schools, and this government decided to turn another eye on it. That they say that the schools were built in the bush. Lack of vision. Mr. Speaker, when my school at the Southern College was built in 1910, in where it currently resides, it was a complete bush. Today, Southern College sits in the center of Cape Coast. Who said the place where the schools were built were going to remain as a bush? It's lack of basically foresight. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't go listing the community day schools that President Mahama built. When we come to roads, with 200 billion, Mr. Speaker, President Mahama did the Kansua interchange, did the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, did the Adome Bridge rehabilitation, the Takoradi Sekendi suburban railway terminal in Kojokrum. President Mahama used 200 billion for Ashama Township roads, which was asphalted. My Cape Coast town roads were done by President Mahama with 200 billion that he got. Mr. Speaker, with 200 billion, President Mahama built the Terminal 3 of Kojoka International Airport. With 200 billion, Terminal 2 Arrival Hall was expanded. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale Airport, the Kumasi Airport were all done by President Mahama, the whole airport with 100 billion. Mr. Speaker, what has the president done with Ghana's 1 trillion that he has taken in the last 7 years? Mr. Speaker, in terms of ports, His Excellency John Mahama used 200 billion to do terminal expansion, 1.5 billion US dollars. Krabi Port was expanded with the same 200 billion. What has President Nana Akufo-Addo, the best performing president in the Fourth Republic, done? Mr. Speaker, when you come to ICT, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama used 200 billion to do the National Data Center, which provides an e-services in Ghana. The same 200 billion, he built the Accra Digital Center. With the same 200 billion, Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Corridor, fiber optic backbone was done. What has Nana Akufo-Addo done with the 1 trillion of Ghana's money in the last 7 years? I would want somebody to come and give an account on what they've done with Ghana's money. 1 trillion, 5 times what President Mahama got. 5 times, 5. President Mahama got 200 billion. Nana Akufo-Addo 1 trillion, 5 times what President Mahama got. What have they used that money for? Wasteful expenditure, frivolous expenditure, corruption. That's what they've done with that money. And they are asking to break the 8, to chop more. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama used 200 billion to build my hometown, Okwaba Market, the ultra-modern market. 200 billion was used to build Kegetia, used to build New Tafo, first phase, Abuabu Market. All these were done by President Mahama. The Judicial Court Complex, the Sakumono Sea Defense, the Kita Sea Defense. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on and on. The question now is, how many factories has President Nana Akufo-Addo used the $1 trillion, 1 trillion cedis of Ghana for? How many? How many of the 500 dams that he promised the 5 northern regions has he used the 1 trillion of Ghana's money to build? Mr. Speaker, how many warehouses has the president built? As he said, there will be one warehouse in one district. Mr. Speaker, what has the president done with 1 trillion when he promised that he would give $1 million to every constituency? This president has been a failure. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it should be a private member's bill for presidents of this republic, every president, to build a presidential library so that they can put their records in their library so future generations will avoid how to become a bad. Mr. Speaker, the biggest threat facing this country, the president in his address said that he was talking about security in West Africa. He was talking about insurgency coming into West Africa. Mr. Speaker, the biggest security threat to us is youth unemployment. That is the security. 30% of our youth are not working. Who are able to work, will want to work, are not working. Unemployment is now at almost 15%. Mr. Speaker, 15%. When we were leaving power, unemployment was on the 8%. 15%. Mr. Speaker, 4.5 million of Ghanaians have decided to leave the labor market because they can't find a work. There is no point even being there. Mr. Speaker, if you add that to the 1.8 million unemployment in this country, almost 7 million of our people are not working. That is the security threat. They talk about we have done better than you, we are better than you and all that. What are they better in than us? Mr. Speaker, the growth, GDP growth, is now at 2.8%. They projected 4%. We left office with 3.6%. So how can they say that they've done better than us? Mr. Speaker, inflation is now at 23.5%. It was at the dizzy height of 54%. We left office with inflation of 15.4%. So how can Nana Akufo-Addo say that he's done better than us, His Excellency? Speaker, interest rate, lending rate is now about 35%. I cannot even understand. Washington will move down from 54% to 23%, but yet interest rate, which has a direct correlation with inflation interest rate, is still high. Mr. Speaker, the dollar is now 14, almost 14 cities, 13 cities, 13 somewhere. When we were leaving office, the exchange rate was less than 4. Mr. Speaker, and then they will tell you that the rate depreciation of the cedi is been slower or was slower than us. Therefore, 13 is better than 4. Mr. Speaker, it is no longer your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. Both of them are exposing us. Mr. Speaker, the president has led this country into bankruptcy. Ghana is a country. Technically, the Republic of Ghana is insolvent. Mr. Speaker, if you take Ghana's asset, which is basically your GDP, your revenue, and other things, and you take your liability, You take your liability, which is your debt plus your expenses, and you net the two together, you get a negative number. That's what insolvency is about. That's what bankruptcy is about. That is why Ghana cannot pay its debt. We owe, we are not paying. Yes, we said our numbers are coming down. Mr. Speaker, this country
And your time is up.
is heading towards next. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And your time is up. Yes, let me invite Yabuama. Honorable Yabuama, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion moved to thank the President on message on the state of the nation, which he ably delivered to the House a week ago. Mr. Speaker, listen, my brother from Cape Coast South, my brother from Intin, he alluded to the fact that the commercial shoe factory, which was commenced sometime in 2016, has been revamped and is producing high-quality shoes for the military with an arrangement with DHOC, Department of Defense Investment Holding Company, Ministry of Defense. You are right, it was started somehow, but it's been revamped and producing quality shoes under this administration at a cost of 6.2 million cedis. Secondly, the Accra International Airport, Mr. Speaker, was not built from the said 200 billion you quoted. It was built from revenues, airport taxes, which were collateralized. It wasn't a direct loan, please. It was the revenues from the airport tax was collateralized and used. Unlike Terminal 2, that is House approved of a facility of $22 million for Amandi. You can check the records. You've been here for long. So there are two different things. It's not a loan or a facility that was taken by the administration. Yes, it was built under the NDC administration, but the funding is different from what you are talking about. That's what I want to put on record. Thirdly, the Takoradi Port expansion is a $475 million. The phase 2 was started by the NDC. The phase 1 by the NDC. The $475 million expansion phase by Ibestec, Jean Dunor, was started by the MPP. It also has to be put on record. I'm not challenging you, but I'm telling you. And third, fifthly, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not bankrupt. Ghana is not bankrupt. I respect Honorable Ricketts. We are bankrupt. We are paying our debt. We are servicing our debt. No guarantee has been called, Mr. Speaker. So how can you say, Ricketts, you've been at the final before. Check the definition of bankruptcy and you know that we are not. Mr. Speaker, let me go straight to the address. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy the President, at the core of his address, dwelled on the security of this country. Mr. Speaker, the peace of this country and the security architecture ought to be commended. And the fact that the President took time in his address to speak about security arrangements and what we've achieved in the midst of extremism around us in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, to the extent that some of these neighboring countries have left us, leads much more to be desired, Mr. Speaker. So it's very important that the President dwells so much on the peace and security of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 57, 58 of the Constitution, the President, rightly so, as the Commander-in-Chief, Head of State and Head of Government, needed to address this House on concerns raised by citizens of this country towards a peaceful election come December 7 this year. Mr. Speaker, we need to put the executive on its toes to ensure that we have a peaceful, free and fair general elections. And it's a right call and a call by this House to also ensure that all the resources that the Electoral Commission desires to organize a peaceful, free and fair election ought to be put at the disposal of the Electoral Commission. Speaker, our new standing orders gives us the opportunity to even ask questions to the organizers of the elections and other independent bodies, Mr. Speaker. So it's a good call from the President and from the House to ensure that we provide adequate resources to the Electoral Commission to enable them organize a peaceful, free and fair elections. Mr. Speaker, the President also touched on digitalization. I've seen some reading something. I don't know what he's reading. And I believe he appreciates government's initiative in this drive. In the era of digitalization, government has invested so much in revamping some state institutions. Lands Commission, I don't see or hear issues around digitalization program. It's ongoing. Secondly, DVLA has seen a lot of improvements there. Even the e-levy that you fought against, Sam George, you are a major beneficiary, very important platform. To the extent that you sit here and send money to Dowenya, to Pram, New Ningo and Old Ningo without sweat, all because of the investment government has made through the interoperability that government platform that government has introduced. The Speaker, an issue that bothers everyone in this House was the domestic debt exchange and the fact that we all felt that government ought to do more to settle a lot of our pensioners and keep their investments intact. Mr. Speaker, government announced, the President announced in his address that about 8.8 billion Ghana cedis of coupon has been paid to those bonds or coupons that were to be serviced. And it's a right call, and I commend government on that. Mr. Speaker, industrialization has seen a very positive, Sule, if you listen, has seen a very positive stride under this administration, Mr. Speaker. A lot of investment has been made, attracted a lot of new companies in the automobile space as a very as a watcher of industrialization. I've seen Peugeot, I've seen VW, I've seen Suzuki set up plants in this country, and it's very commendable that we are assembling vehicles in this country. It's a very important fact that mighty South Africa and other countries, they assemble vehicles. They started from a point. I've seen colleague members of parliament drive vehicles which are assembled here in Ghana, and they drive well. Mr. Speaker, I met mechanics in my area, and some of them said they were losing some jobs because of the assembly taking place. And it's true. You visited some of the assembly plants as a member of the trade committee. You took pictures there. We saw you. And I haven't mentioned anybody's name. I said we saw those who went. We saw pictures of them. And it's very commendable that we are having meetings in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we have not less than
Hold on. Honorable members, at the beginning of the debate, we made it clear that we are not going to entertain any interjections. So that is why when Ricky was speaking, there were a lot of people who were on their seat. And I didn't allow anybody to interject. So what I'm doing to Honorable Yabuama, I'll say when Sam George, I've seen your name, when you are talking, I'll do same. So please just allow the rules that has been set for the debate on. Yes, Honorable Yabuama, you have
thank you,
1
Mr.
minute
Speaker,
more.
for protecting me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. We've seen a lot of this spring up, and a lot of our youth have been employed. Farmanova is in Ningo Pram area, Dowenya. They've employed a lot of youth from the Ningo Pram area. It's a fact. Speaker, people don't want to accept the fact that the One District, One Factory program has created a lot of jobs and opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Hitherto, we didn't know of Ekunfi. Now we know of juice. And they are producing and exporting, Mr. Speaker. They are giving competition to blue skies. So it's a fact, Mr. Speaker. The economy encountered some challenges.
Yes, Honorable Patrick, your time is up. You have to wind up.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I have 10 minutes. I'm watching. I'm watching.
Mr. Speaker, you have to add 1 minute because I was interjected, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, just wind up. Just
Very
wind
well.
up for a
Mr.
bit.
Speaker, I'm happy that the President gave a good account of the happenings in the country. We expect government to provide the resources that the EC has to conduct a free, fair, and credible election.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable member. Now let's come to Parliamentary Park, Bursa South. Honorable, you are deputy ranking. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion that this House, His Excellency the President, for the states of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I begin my brief comments by acknowledging the presence of the future of this nation. We see them here, our students. And it is for them that I'm going to make my comments. Mr. Speaker, one of the promises that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo made in 2017 when he was speaking at the World Cocoa Day held in Kumasi, which also coincided with the 70th anniversary of Cocoa, was that every Ghanaian student from kindergarten to secondary school would be provided with a bar of chocolate and or a hot day drink per day whilst they are in school. Here are students with us today. Mr. Speaker, ask them whether any of them this morning or this afternoon enjoyed a hot chocolate drink or enjoyed a bar. Clearly, an example of the many promises made by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government yet to be fulfilled. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today,
65% of textbooks based on the new standard-based curriculum, which came into effect in September 2019, have been provided to public basic schools in the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, junior schools in Ghana are yet to get textbooks based on the new curriculum. And yet we claim that we have done so well and ought to be applauded. Mr. Speaker, only yesterday, Africa Education Watch issued an alert drawing attention to the acute furniture deficit that our students in the public basic school system in this country are facing. Mr. Speaker, over 1 million children in Ghana have no access to furniture. And yet, we have had the temerity to waste public resources building a cathedral that is supposed to be commissioned tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I invite you and the House to join His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and his Vice, Dr. Baumia, for the commissioning of the cathedral tomorrow. The monies that was into the most expensive hole ever excavated on the surface of this universe could have solved all these problems that our wards are facing in their quest to gain an education so that someday they can do better than we are doing. Mr. Speaker, in the President's State of the Nation address, he said, and I quote, "I believe the success of the Free Senior School has answered its, and the argument about it, and we should simply concentrate on finding ways to improve it," unquote. Mr. Speaker, we cannot, the President, to decide what is important to Ghanaians. How can we stop the argument about the Free Senior School policy when it continues to be bedeviled implementation challenges? Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you have heard that multimedia, Joy FM, has done a documentary which will be aired soon. The documentary confirms what we've been saying as a responsible opposition, that whilst we all accept that the policy is a good policy and has come to stay, we must admit that it has challenges. Therefore, calling for a review. The President, his Vice President, his Minister for Education, government appointees have decided to define review as counsel, where they got that dictionary from only God knows. But here is the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, and this is what I want to draw the attention of Ghanaians to. The same government, the President, the same Vice President and presidential candidate, the same Minister for Education, who refused to admit, in spite of the clarion call from every stakeholder, that time has come to review the program so that we can address the challenges as eloquently presented by the head girl of Wesley Girls to the President and his minister, that their juniors are sleeping floor, that they have no access to furniture, that schools are being disconnected from the national grid, schools are being denied water because of bills that are yet to be paid. We should review the policy. The government has told the IMF in the rule of the bailout that we entered with the IMF on page 76, paragraph 47, quote, in the educational sector, we will review, Mr. Speaker, we will review and rationalize the free senior school program. The government is willing to tell the IMF that it will review and rationalize the free senior school program. And yet the government is telling us Ghanaians that in spite of our calls, it would only improve the program. Is it the IMF which voted for Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, or it is Ghanaians? These are the reasons why Ghanaians will teach the MPP a lesson. They are more willing to speak the truth to external and foreign entities. And yet when it comes to we the citizens, what we have been yearning for, we have been begging for, to improve the conditions of our wards in the secondary school system, they do not want to grant us a wish. Mr. Speaker, the President also indicated that in light of the increasing number of students, 3 new universities would be established. Is it today that the President now knows that he has to establish 3 new universities to cater to the increasing number of students that we are churning out from the secondary system? The Otumfuo Asantehene, I remember very vividly, in 2019, called on government to start putting in place mechanisms and plans to cater for the increased number of students who naturally were coming through the free senior high school system. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, it is 24 that the President now knows that he has to establish universities. Even so, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I know you are going to call me on time.
Yes,
the President has not even told us where the funding is going to come from to establish those 3 universities. So, I leave this to the better judgment of Ghanaians. The President not come to present the State of the Nation's address. He came, as Honorable Aruna Idrusu said, to give us the state of Dr. Bawumia's campaign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Well, thank you so much. So we will come to Honorable Moses Enim. Honorable Moses, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate on the motion to thank the President of the Republic for delivering the statement on the state of the nation to this House. Mr. Speaker, on page 22, the President touched on the well-being and the welfare.
George.
On the well-being.
Now you don't have leadership
of the fisher folks. Mr. Speaker.
Available leader, you resume the seat.
Mr. Speaker, he is an available leader. That's why he's left the front line. He's left the front line naked, which is not supposed to be so. Mr. Speaker, I did say that the President touched on the welfare and the well-being of fisher folks, and importantly mentioned an infrastructural development which is a standalone focal policy in the new National Fisheries and aquaculture policy. Mr. Speaker, it is coastal fishing landing sites. Mr. Speaker, the value chain of fishery starts from the capture fishery, which is the active or direct catching of fish. The second phase is at the landing beach. Mr. Speaker, Act 625 stipulates that every fish catch or every aquatic animal caught should be landed. And therefore, there's the need to provide sites for fisher folks to land fish, first as a hygienic site to market or distribute the fish caught, and also to create opportunity for Fisheries Commission staffs to come and take the quantity caught so that we can quantify annual production and also pick samples for biological and physical analysis, and also ensure that the fish caught with other relevant agencies are hygienic for consumption. Mr. Speaker, so landing beach are very critical and very important in the fisheries value chain. And therefore, having done 12 of that, as mentioned by the President, is very welcoming. Mr. Speaker, also the fishing harbor is also a critical value chain area that's set up for marketing and also hygienic post-harvest handling, and also for the cold chain facility provision to ensure that wholesome fish reaches our consumers. Mr. Speaker, the President also mentioned the creation of the dispensers of premix. We all know the challenges that we go through premix before it gets to the landing beaches, the challenges, and when they get there also the challenges that we face. Mr. Speaker, the automation is supposed to ensure that every drop or liter of premix really reaches the fisher folks. It's as a result of this that we did the canoe frame survey, which really turned out to get us numbers on the fisher folks directly fishing. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we have 12,175 canoes, and we have 110,000 direct fishermen fishing. And it's as a result of that that we've done the canoe identification card that has a barcode sensor, which they are going to use for the dispensers. Mr. Speaker, it is also to ensure that the premix really reaches the fisher foods. For some years, we provided about 104,000 liters of premix, yet it couldn't reach out the fisher foods. It is this automation that is really going to assist us. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about the policy on the close season. Mr. Speaker, all research work that has been done, when you combine every research work, when you take the canoe, when you take the catch per unit of effort, when you combine the acoustic survey that has been done by the Fridtjof Nansen survey work, when you combine it with fishing mortality, Mr. Speaker, what it is telling us is that there's a high depletion of our fishing species. Mr. Speaker, it is recently that a combination or concurrent implementation of some management measures has shown that we are really replenishing the stock, but at a slower pace. Mr. Speaker, the combination of the catch per unit of effort, the combination of acoustic biomass that was done by Fridtjof Nansen, and the combination of fishing mortality has shown a deep decline in the small pelagics. In fact, the pelagics are at the economic reach of fisher folks and also of the consumers of fish. You know, Ghana stands very tall when it comes to consumption of fish. As I speak to you, our annual per capita consumption of fish hovers between 20-25 kilograms. Mr. Speaker, is the highest. As I speak to you, 60% of our produce comes from fish. Therefore, the Ghanaian has really developed the organoleptic for taking fish and the market demand is there, and we need to produce. But there's depletion of the stock. And all that we have to do biologically and physically is to replenish the stock. And to replenish the stock, what it means is that every fish must reach its length of first maturity to be able to spawn. And when every fish does that in millions, then we'll be doing that. And therefore, there's the need for a combination of management measures, which close season is one. Mr. Speaker, gear, as to net gear, is very important. We use the pair seine, we use the beach seine. The mesh size is very important. When you're using mesh size of 25 mm, you're using mesh size of 10 mm, and you continue to reduce it, what it means is that you are catching juveniles. And when you catch juveniles, it means they are not reaching the maturity of the length of their body, and therefore they cannot spawn. It's a sort of why we gave the directive, the ministerial directive, to ensure that we enforce gear net regime, that will ensure that the mesh sizes are okay. And as a result, the industrial fleet, the semi-industrial fleet, the artisanal fleet are very key in this. Mr. Speaker, that is why we will need to do a lot, and it's a national assignment, understanding that we don't have to play politics with the closes and all the other management measures that we put in place. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, we will be coming to this House with a regulation to ensure the implementation of state measures agreement. Mr. Speaker, the state measures agreement is a binding international agreement that is supposed to fight IUU. IUU is illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. As we speak, the international record, best practice has it, that every 5 fish that is caught, 1 is from IUU. That IUU is depleting, it's a cause to deplete our fishing resources. And therefore, we need the post-state measure, which is supposed to deter, which is supposed to ensure that there's no IUU. What it means is that before you land your fish and you are an IUU vessel at any landing port, you will never be allowed to land the fish and catch them. We are also coming back to this House with a revision of Act 625 that have been appraised by a lot of events and activities in the fishing industry. Mr. Speaker, we need to do that, and we need to do all these things to ensure that we will recover the fishing. We also have done the Marine Fisheries Management Plan, which is guiding us with this implementation plan. Speaker, we've done this installation of electronic monitoring system on vessels that we are piloting. It is all to open the transparency. It is all to ensure that activities at sea electronically are guarded. If we roll it out by September, as the President said, what it means that all the industrial fleets and the tuna fleet will have the on them, and also the VMS on them, to ensure that we open up in that instance. I've mentioned the inland canoe frame survey is also being, and Mr. Speaker, it is all to ensure we work together. Mr. Speaker, aquaculture has become the most viable alternative to ensure that the replenishing the stock, which is a long-term measures. Aquaculture is supposed to support us to do that, and the aquaculture for food and jobs is driving this to ensure goes high. Mr. Speaker, let me end by giving you some 1 minute. Add 1 minute to me, Mr. Speaker. The effort that we made so far, aquaculture for now has increased production up to 132,652 tons. Our total domestic production for fish as of 2022 is 607,472 metric tons. What I want to show is that all the effort that we are doing is leading to the good outcomes. And let us all embrace it as a national front policy, so to continue to ensure that fish will be on our table. Replenish the stock in the marine space, do more aquaculture, do more inland.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, we'll get more fish on our table. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
So, So, Honorable, now we turn to Honorable De La Soa. Honorable De La Soa, before I will allow you to take the floor, let me quickly acknowledge in the public gallery students from school complex, Next School Complex. They are being led by Henry Kumsen, who is a teacher, and the school is located at Kwesimintim constituency. All the way from Takoradi, Kwesimintim constituency, and your number is about 300 students. You are welcome, and I believe you are already monitoring what is going on in the chamber. It will urge you on to study hard so that one day you also find yourself here. You are welcome once again, and you may resume your seats. So now let me turn to Paul Dela Adwoasoa. You are deputy ranking and you are entitled to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the privilege to contribute to the SONA presented by His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, I've been scanning pages, looking on my tablet, looking if I will find anything on divine guidance, and I found none. In this chamber, every morning we pray, give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, and then we add that through the government, this land may be well and truly served. Mr. Speaker, President has demonstrated that he has not accepted our prayers. As a result, Ghana is...
But Honorable, do you pray to the pray to God?
But it's up to the President to accept it. If he accepts it, he will find guidance. But if he rebuffs it, he won't have divine guidance. President has rebuffed the prayer. And, Mr. Speaker, as a result, just as the majority leader said, Ghana is down. Ghana is down. The MPP government, driver, mate, and some of the front seat occupants have run Ghana into a ditch, and we are all suffering for it. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the energy sector, but before I go there, I want to say something briefly to demonstrate that Ghana is down. Mr. Speaker, I have your prior permission to show this ball of kenke. Mr. Speaker, 2016, a ball of kenke bigger than this, between 50 pesos and 1 cedi. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dela, I think this issue came up. I'm not saying it's done, but we agreed here that before any pictorial of photography, we should let Pika and the leadership be aware of this. That is what we agreed on last week. I'm not saying that you are the first person to do that, but it could be your leadership is aware. I am not aware. I ought to be aware. And I am not saying that the kenke, the kenke do what? What is important, we adhere to our own directives. So, Honorable, please, let's take it seriously. It could be that even this kenke is something that can even blow the entire chamber. So that is why it is very important that you let the speaker aware. I'm not speaking directly to him, I'm speaking to all of us. Because that is what we've agreed upon. So you can go, leader.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Honorable Delasowa visited my office and showed me the kinky. Mr. Speaker, I assessed the kinky, and I can confirm you that this, what she has, is nothing but kinky. Mr. Speaker, she's only to use the kinky to actually let you and the House be aware of the damage that this country is going through, particularly under President Akufo-Addo. How kinky has been shrinking over the period. Mr. Speaker, the kinky, as Honorable Ablaka put it, is in trouble. It's like a koshoko kinky. Mr. Speaker, it's only right that you allow Honorable colleague to display how the kinky koshoko over the period. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg you, allow her to display the kinky.
Yes, Honorable but leadership, please, let's take it seriously. This is the last time I will entertain it, because we have all agreed that it's not only your side. Honorable leader, he said he showed it to you, but what we agreed on was to show both sides and the speaker. It's for a very good reason. Please, let's adhere to that. Yes, Honorable Delasowa, let's move on.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. This kinky, bigger than this, 2016, sold between 50 pesos and 1 cedi. The then candidate, Akufo-Addo, said 1 cedi kinky is putting Ghanaians into extreme difficulty. Today, a shrink size of the kinky is selling 5 cedis. 5 Ghana cedis. Which means that Ghana is in gargantuan crisis. If 1 cedi was difficult, then 5 cedis is worse. Mr. Speaker, this is my favorite bread brand. I've eaten it for years. 2016, it was 2 cedis. Today, bread is 20 cedis. Mr. Speaker, this bag of rice used to be 5 kg and is sold between, on average, 19 cedis. Today, this bag of rice is selling for 150 Ghana.
Hold on, let me listen to the leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our standing order, order 291. 291. A member may be allowed into the chamber with handbag of reasonable size. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think that my senior, my colleague, is holding is a sizable handbag. It's not a reasonable handbag. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, like you said earlier, in the preliminary or the pre-sitting meeting, we have not been told about this, kinky and
this contraband goods.
So please, Mr. Speaker.
Contraband goods.
What is your experience?
You should have asked that question during the workshop.
Honorable members, have you finished?
An objection that Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't allow this because we are not aware in our side that this is what is going to be in the chamber.
She came in with this big bag.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, the minority leader sought your leave. He had been informed of all of this. And make reference to the standing order. The standing order says a reasonable sized bag. If the deputy majority whip
is conversant with women's handbag. You know that they have one called awashia, which can carry the 5 kilo rice, carry the bread, and you should be more interested in what your wife's handbags look like, because they have awashia bag. So her bag is reasonably sized. So, Mr. Speaker, allow this to proceed. We thank you.
Honorable Kujo, so you don't worry. Let me deal with the issue. So,
Speaker, it's important that we find out how my brother Sam George knows about tax and those that they do our share with.
you see, some people are interested in that way.
Honorable Speaker, there was a committee trip I embarked with the Honorable Ablakwa and Honorable Suhini, and they indicated to me at the reception some ladies who were arriving and indicated that those bags are known as awashia bags.
Now I can understand that we have colleagues who are entertaining awashia bags. So let me come back to the issue. As we established last week, if you want to come to the chamber to more or less establish a point with either any gesture, any item, or any picture, please, the agreed principle is that you show it to the leadership, both sides, and the speaker. Please, that is what we've agreed on, based on what transpired last week. So, Honorable Delasowa, now you understand why the leaders ought to know. Because this rice, you are showing us is rice, be something else. It could be something else. It could be even an explosion. No, I'm not saying that is it, but I'm just want to establish why we all have to be in addendum that the leadership and the speaker must be aware of anything that we are coming to display in the chamber. So, Honorable Dela, just finish. You spend 3 minutes. Just continue and.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
All over.
I believe the interruptions have affected my time. So, if you can allow me to start.
Yes, start all over. Start all over. Start all over.
Speaker, and the President had the effrontery to say, so far so good. When Kenke has increased by 400%, you say, so far so good. When now to buy Kenke, you need to buy pepper before it was free.
Honorable,
Kenke.
Honorable, I know you are on the driving seat, but let's use words that are a bit effrontery. The President has effrontery. I think is the President has the effrontery. Please, just withdraw the document.
So the President was bold to come and say on the floor of this House that so far so good. When Kenke has increased by 4% and it has sent Ghanaians into extremity. Mr. Speaker, I was also surprised when President said, let me quote it, we have managed to keep the lights on these past 7 years. Mr. Speaker, which lights? Maybe it's the lights in his house. Because right here in this chamber, we're all witnesses. After Honorable Abna Osei Asari had finished her contribution, the light went off.
Twice.
It came back, went off. It came back, went off.
7 times.
Mr. Speaker.
This thing here.
Mr. Speaker.
Come and sit down.
So what is the President telling us? That he's not aware? If you look at the news items, Joy News 2021, they said erratic power supply affecting businesses in Ketekrachi. Ghana Web, they quoted Kojopoku, erratic power supply 2021. Recently, they quoted Timpani residents had a demonstration because of erratic power supply. Mr. Speaker, of Dumso. Mr. Speaker, is the president not aware?
He's aware.
And then, Mr. Speaker, the president, to me, he made a mess trying to explain the gold for oil policy. Because he said that policy, let me quote him, has worked well and reduced significantly forex pressures. When we know 2016, dollar to cedi rate was $3, 3 cedis, about 80 pesos. Today is 13 cedis to a dollar. Is it that the president thinks it's a mass exams, that when you get higher marks, you've done well? Mr. Speaker, 3 cedis, 80 pesos, and 13 cedis. Which one is better? Yet the president could open his mouth here and tell us that it has worked well. There are no pressures on the forex. Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder he's never been to the forex, so he doesn't know how. And then also, Mr. Speaker, let me also touch briefly on the energy sector debt. He said, we are paying it. When in 2016, it was scheduled to be completed by 2017, ESLA alone has generated this government 7 billion. What have they done with it? Is it misappropriation? Is it misapplication? Is it miscalculation? What is it? That now you come to this house after 7 years to tell us that the ESLA debt, energy sector debt, is still being paid. Mr. Speaker, this is very unfortunate. And then talking about the energy mix, Mr. President says he's making progress in renewable energy. And unfortunately, the only example he could give was a project that President Mahama had done. That project, Adan East mini grid, it was nearly completed under President Mahama. After 7 years, you come and tell us that it is still in process. The people of Adan East have been shortchanged. They should have now been enjoying that mini grid, but they have been shortchanged. Mr. Speaker, the level of hypocrisy is very high. It's high because the president talks about take or pay and excess capacity. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the current Minister of Energy has signed an agreement to increase capacity of power by 720 watts. Where is the hypocrisy? What's the hypocrisy for? Then you can, and then it is also on take or pay basis. The president came and addressed this house saying that the former administration has increased capacity, excess capacity of electricity. Meanwhile, you are signing the same excess capacity using the same take or pay terms. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy is too much. But let me go to the banker issue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, after running down the economy, putting Ghanaians in a mess, people can't put food table. The head of the economic management team, Dr. Baumia, now says he's a mate. Probably in Accra as a planke. Circle. Everybody knows that Ghanaians know that a planques never drive a vehicle successfully. Anytime a planque takes over the steer, there's either an accident, a terrible accident, or there's
because they don't have license.
Mr. Speaker, in Kwando, Mr. T.K. Ajiman gave his brand new vehicle
And your
to a
time
driver.
is up.
Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude.
Honorable De La Soa, your time is up.
Allow me to conclude, Mr. Speaker. Just like you allowed my colleague to conclude. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman gave his brand new truck to a driver who gave it to an aplanke. Within 10 minutes, aplanke crashed the vehicle.
Thank you.
Destroyed it.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable De La Soa. So we'll come to Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, just before you call the next speaker, my colleague made an interesting point, and I'll be happy for her to supply us with the additional take-or-pay agreement in the energy sector. Yeah, we'll be happy. Yeah, I would be happy to have copies. Yes, if you can tender, Mr. Speaker, if you can grant her special leave, because that's a very critical point she raised.
Well, she herself is ready to offer.
Okay, yes,
so.
I would want to have it. Thank you.
So, Honorable Bright, you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the motion that this House thanks His Excellency the President for his submission of the nation. Mr. Speaker, let me also add my voice to those of the earlier speakers in thanking Mr. President for the elaborate statement he delivered on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this chamber a couple of days and I've listened to the debate of the station of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I have listened carefully, especially to contributions coming from our friends on the other side. And none yet is able to raise an issue with the document that has not become public. Mr. Speaker, we have been holding this document for the past 1 week, and no one from the other side in contributing to the debate has raised issues of inconsistency or otherwise.
Honorable Bright, I will urge you to hold on whilst I take rest and give the seat to Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to allude to the fact that in the past couple of days, I've listened to contributions of our friends on the other side and have not added a single thing that any of them would have found inconsistent in the President's speech. None has been able to raise an issue or debunk the data, the statistics that has been provided here. This is a document that is in the public domain. Beyond this, he's told us about the performance tracker. There were issues in the statement that we think were inconsistent with what we feel we know. You should have pointed out at least one or two of them. But all we hear others say is people setting their own questions and answering. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the debate we want to engage in. Mr. Speaker, the document has provided details, and we are allowed to go out there and cross-check. Mr. Speaker, what fascinates me
about this particular address is the fact that Mr. President has prioritized issues of security, issues of peace, and human dignity. And if you look at how the whole document is arranged, it tells that you have a leader that is self-aware. He knows that his decisions, he knows that his actions, he knows that his thoughts impact on others. So at the point that he was coming to this house, Mr. President needed to hammer on the security situation, which is a major concern within the West Africa. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President underscored the importance of peace and security and gave instances of terrorist attacks and violent, amongst other existential security threats around the West African sub-region. And gave us examples, as we have in Gabon, our neighbors, Mali, Burkina, Niger, and Chad. Mr. Speaker, if the role of a president is to protect lives and property of the state, and the president comes to the parliament of this country and starts telling us how well things have been in the face of security, I think we should believe that this is the true reflection of the situation in this country. Mr. Speaker, he's made us know through the security agencies, the security and intelligence agencies have been ruled. Mr. Speaker, it's common knowledge. You go around the streets of Accra and you would see at every point that you have men and women of the police service stationed, equipped enough to take up any challenge in the area of threats in this country. Mr. Speaker, the retooling has them up to speed and making it more efficient and effective for them to detect crime and to fight it thereof. The military has been given sophisticated machinery to detect threats and to respond. Mr. Speaker, preemptive intelligence gathering has become the order of the day. Hitherto, we didn't have these situations, we didn't have these sophisticated systems within our intelligence agencies that we could use to determine issues of threats and to respond appropriately. Mr. Speaker, equipping the security agencies with sophisticated weapons and machinery gives them the techniques and mechanisms to fighting crime. Mr. Speaker, the President also indicated how well and how properly we have improved the justice delivery system in this country and gave us instances of courthouses being built here and there, not to give comfort patients, but to make our judges and other judicial workers a bit more effective and efficient. He's told us of residential facilities being built around the country, and that gives a good indication of the ability of our justices of the courts, both lower and higher courts, to undertake their work properly. Mr. Speaker, in this document, is it the issue of the establishment of the building of the infrastructure for the military that we can challenge? Is it the retooling of the police service that we can challenge? Is it the issue of the helicopters to the police that we can challenge? There are serious issues that he's raised and has provided details, he's provided numbers, he's provided figures. So if we have any issues, if we have any doubts, this is a week of handling this document. We could have come over with contrary information regarding what the President has said. But if we have not been any, then we should not just speak being directed or influenced by our ideologies or philosophies that the President does not reflect the true state of this country. Mr. Speaker, certain may not have been mentioned. I remember a colleague at the other side mentioned of his constituents that were affected in one way or the other, and that were not checked in the statement. Mr. Speaker, if you are doing in measurement, when a particular variable remains consistent, or constant, or dormant, you don't need going back to emphasize on that variable. There's no need going back to describe or define that variable, especially if earlier documentation, if earlier analysis, if earlier reports have already defined or described such a variable. So, Mr. Speaker, if certain things have not been said, it is not everything that the President should come to this House to tell us. But he should tell us things that are contemporary. He should tell us things that are raging. Mr. Speaker, during the period of the COVID, you remember Mr. Speaker was all over addressing this country, addressing and updating them on happenings in the health front. If that issue is over, if that crisis is over, today our major concern is about security. And as I told you, Mr. Speaker, after dealing with issues of security, the next thing was me, which was also properly handled. So if Mr. President did not mention a particular single issue, it doesn't mean that the statement is not reflective of happenings in this country. Mr. Speaker, some aspects indeed may have been left out, but that does not mean that the President feared or the President didn't have that information or the President ignored or refused to comment on those things. So I would urge my colleague to, in a way, accept the statement. Let's all come together and aid Mr. Speaker to thank Mr. President for attending upon the House and reflecting the nation through his statement. Mr. Speaker, the President of this Republic...
You have about 10 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have seen in the President of the Republic good qualities that everyone would want to have your leader have. And these are his sincerity, his truthfulness, his self-awareness. And Mr. Speaker, wherever we were down, he told us we were down. And when we were up, he told us we were up. So I don't see the reason why anybody would think or suggest that there were some instances of not being consistent in his address to the nation. Especially that he told us during the COVID era that he and his team knew how to bring the economy back to life, but they didn't know how to resuscitate or resurrect the dead or the dying. I think it has been a very fantastic...
I had to add you 1 more minute, and you want to proceed. Well, honorable members, we now move to Honorable Isaac Ajay Mensah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the SONA ably delivered by the President. And I'm happy to add my voice to some of the comments made by the previous speakers. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, during the submission of the SONA, there was a claim made by the President to the fact that he has thought, indeed constructed, rehabilitated, and performed very well, constructing more roads than any government since the Fourth Republic. Yes. And that was worrying. Mr. Speaker, when that statement was made, we had cause to challenge it here in the House. The Ministry of Roads and Highways, by then the minister, the former minister, released a press conference. In that press conference, it was indicated that indeed there's some 10,175 kilometers were true. Mr. Speaker, in that statement, if you can allow me to read paragraph 4 of that press release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, the total network size was 78,402 kilometers. As at the end of 2021, the projected network size had increased to 94,203 kilometers. The length is currently undergoing validation. Table 1 below shows Ghana's provisional road network statistics currently. Mr. Speaker, so what it tells us is that the details that were brought were provisional, were projections, were presumptions, and has not been validated. So we challenged it. The understanding was that they were coming to this house to bring the validated details. Mr. Speaker, it never ended there. They came with a huge book of virtually all the road networks in the country, some in triplicate, duplicate, and many more, showing the roads that they've constructed. So, Mr. Speaker, we were concerned. Last year, the Deputy Minister, in contributing to the debate on the budget, because we had raised the issue regarding the non-validated details that they brought, because you see, it's worrying. I had responsibility, Mr. Speaker, because I had the opportunity to work under President Mama as a Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. And I'm currently the ranking for Roads and Transportation Committee. The responsibility in setting the record straight. Especially this SONA is supposed to be the last presentation. And so we wouldn't, if there's another one, that's another one. Yes. Because see, as the president is exiting, he has about 10 minutes with the vice president to exit office. That erroneous impression, that misrepresentation, that mischief should be cured. And that the worrying aspect of it is that the president will go home and say, I have, and touting himself all over, including my colleagues here, that he has performed, indeed, constructive roads more than any other government. And that is why I'm concerned that we must set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, that validation has not come to this office. That details has not been validated. And that is why we are worried. Just last year, the Deputy Minister was also contributing to the budget statement. And his comment was that they have engaged a consultant who will come and do the validation. Indeed, it's about the road condition mix. This is done every year. And we never give it to consultants. I've never known any time where survey has been conducted. And as we haven't had any results that claimed by the president. So what it means is that all those things that the president, the details that the president came to, that he has performed more than any other government, are presumptions, have not been validated, and cannot be accepted to be true. And I want us to, set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that, we had to do our own search to validate the claim. Because since independent, President Rawlings, President Mills, may his soul rest in peace, before he's still alive, President Mahama is there now, President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, the only incontrovertible source, the reliable source, is the budget statement and the economic policy of the government. In this document, every regarded performance, either on roads or any other infrastructure area, you have them all there. And that is why we are concerned, we are worried. Because some of us don't trust that was coming from the ministry. And so we took our time, Mr. Speaker, to delve into the details. What is holding me here is basically the information provided by the previous government, from President Rawlings, up to President Akufo-Addo. When we entered into the details, Mr. Speaker, we wrapped instead of the claim that in his 2 terms, basically it's about 10 months to go, President Akufo has recorded the list of the details, and I have them all here. paragraph by paragraph, page by page. He has performed 2023. He has performed, in terms of road construction, he has constructed 6,177 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this is here, and quickly I can just run President Akufo-Addo's last term, the second term. And in fact, it is misleading because if you check the records, President Rawlings stands tall. Yes. President Rawlings has, to his credit, 18,965 kilometers. We are on the statement. Followed by President Mills, President Mahama. President Mills, during his tenure, constructed, this is certified, validated, sealed, constructed project. It is not projects ongoing. And that was 7,390 kilometers, standing in favor of President. So together, President Mills and President Mahama, that you get it. You have 15,508 kilometers. President Bone, and in the history of this country, I mean from India, he has been the only president that within the term is constructed, certified, validated, roads for urban, feeder, and trunk roads. 8,108 kilometers. And these records are out here. But it seems, Mr. Speaker, the worrying aspect of it is that if the impression is created, this government, Nana Akufo-Addo's government, they have tried to change the narrative. Where did it start? That you say, I've constructed more roads than you and constructed more roads than who? President Akufo, if it should be MPP, constructed about 13,945 kilometers, 2 times. And if President Akufo, who is third in the line, and Nana Akufo-Addo now about to finish, and I doubt that he'll be able to even shoot 10,000 kilometers. He did 13,950 kilometers. So where are we coming from? But it is important to note that we will remember President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia for seeing the destruction of our road network. Mr. Speaker, we have 18, our total road network certified. Our total road network certified is 78,402 kilometers. That is what was bequeathed in President Akufo-Addo. And I think that this side, the minister is here, he can bear testimony that they have not been able to validate the 94,402 kilometers to this house. It is in projection. When you project, when you presume, you have not validated. So we are aware that some extension of roads might take place because there are roads being built, houses being built, and so on. But what needs to be done as professionals in that ministry is that bring those details to the inventorized data. So we know that it's been validated, it can be checked. Actually, Mr. Speaker, we don't have evidence to that effect. So President Akufo-Addo, since 2017 up to date, they have not been able to conduct any road condition mix. Mr. Speaker, the road condition mix is the procedure, is the process that you can get to know the health of the roads in terms of good, the standard is good, fair, and poor. When together poor and fair comes together, you get the motorability rate. The poor, what tells you is that you have a very bad network, that if you don't bring up any intervention, you are likely to. So it is very important, Mr. Speaker, at the end of President Mahama's term, because President Mahama is very, very clear, as for 2017, President Mahama has extended the road network from 68,067 to 7,402 kilometers. That is what we have. Extending the road network to further 10,344 kilometers. That is what we have President Mahama doing. And during the time of President Mahama, everybody is aware, the Asphalt Valley and many more. Where can Nana Akufo-Addo claim that he has performed more than any other government? Mr. Speaker, it is also important that everybody in this country is aware that the road situation is bad. Potholes are all over. We are not weeding the roads. Maintenance is a problem. Maintenance of our roads is the main problem. Our roads are getting bad. We are likely to lose our network, Mr. Speaker. We are likely to lose our network. But what is also very good is that President Rawlings' time, we had the road fund. That was, and many of us will bear as testimony. The road fund is accruing over close to 5 billion a year. And so if we have the road fund reinvestment for maintenance, and we are not able to maintain our roads to the extent that recently 150 million cedis was devoted for pothole patching. Pothole patching. Very, very significant. So, Mr. Speaker, we are losing our network. And I'm happy to announce, and the records are there in the ministry, as at 2016, when President Mahama was in office, the maintenance rate, see, there are three pillars of performance. You have the network size, you have the road condition mix, and the proposed roads maintained and rehabilitated. So at the end of the day, the maintenance rate for President Mahama was, Mr. Speaker, 57%. As at December 2023, the maintenance rate of our ministry, of our network, was 43%. Now that tells you that we are not maintaining, the records are there in the ministry. That tells you that we are not maintaining our roads, and it's very, very risky. Mr. Speaker, it is important to put on record that as at the time President Mahama, NDC, President Mahama
less than 10 seconds.
At that time, he left a motorable rate of 74%. 74% of our roads, meaning good was 41%, but fair was together 74%. That was unprecedented. That hasn't happened before. But what you have now, President Akufo-Addo cannot own that he's been able to validate what he claims has, and as compared to men, he is the least performer, 6,977 kilometers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to set the record straight. Thank you.
So I want to tell you, sir. Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Eugene Antwi.
Most grateful Speaker for the opportunity to add my voice to the penultimate State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo on Tuesday, the 27th of February 2023. Mr. Speaker, I wish to dwell on the 12 land sites that have been constructed across the country. That was a close collaboration between the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Sport during my term as a Deputy Minister in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, 12 of these landing sites have been constructed in the Western region. As well as about 4 sea defense projects. They go hand in hand, so I have to talk about the two. When you actually visit these sites, you can tell that you cannot construct sea defense and leave out the landing sites. They go hand in hand. So, Mr. Speaker, permit me to shed light on the investment made into this sector, especially you being a former minister in that ministry. The fishing sites along the coastline of Ghana, from the Volta region through Greater Accra Central to the Western region, have seen numerous investments to these areas under the administration. We have a coastal landing site in Axim, in Axim, Diskov, the region, Mori, Senya Breku, Gumwafete, Utua, and Fansima in the Central region, Teshi and Osu in the Greater Accra region, Keta in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, this will go a long way in catering for the needs of our fisher folk. The government, in addition to that, has also constructed about 5 sea defense projects from Volta region, starting from Blekuso, near Keta, through Dalsuman, Pram, Central region, New Takrade Phase 1 and Phase 2 along the Elmina stretch in landing site. The state of the art, I'm sure it's probably seen on television. And from there to the Western region, where we have Love and Lower and Axim, where we have other 2 sea defense projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects, no doubt, to create employment opportunities for our teeming youth in these areas. And I will also like to touch on the soon-to-be open Kumasi International Airport, soon to be renamed after the illustrious Anteknik and Ajma Prempeh the first, as well as Panoshi Teaching Hospital, which is my beloved constituency, which cannot also escape mention. These are huge investments by this administration and this commendation from both sides of the House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by these key infrastructural facilities will no doubt provide our youth with employment opportunities as well as boost employment figures in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, thanks so much. Even though you are entitled to 10 minutes, you are not compelled to stay through the 10 minutes. So he has used 3 minutes, 2 seconds, and he has submitted his comments. We now move on to the next person, and that is Honourable Samuel Nati George.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the 2024 message of the State of the Nations addressed by President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, on page 4 of the statement, the President spoke about elections being the basis of democracies and that he was committed to free, fair, and peaceful elections. Mr. Speaker, it comes as a shock to me to hear the President address this House and speak about free, fair, and peaceful elections. This is the President who superintended over the death of 8 innocent and armed Ghanaian citizens in 2020 for his re-election. Never in the history of our country has any election seen at the hand of state agencies or state agents, but under President Akufo-Addo. And so the President's silence for 4 years on the death of 8 Ghanaian citizens cannot be overlooked. Mr. Speaker, the President says that the Attorney General has saved Ghana 10 trillion Ghana cedis in judgment debts. Once again, I am shocked at how the President can draw such a conclusion. The President is simply looking at the summation of claims in court cases that have been made. Some of these court cases are frivolous. In one of the cases, a judgment debt of 200 million was claimed. It was finally settled for 28,000 Ghana cedis. So the fact that the President has just aggregated all of this and says that they've saved 10 trillion at a time when the President's own Attorney General, based on poor legal judgment and based on political malice, terminated a contract at GNPC and has cost us $120 million in judgment debt. That has led to a garnishee order against Ghanaian properties in the UK. The President about saving 10 trillion. The President clearly does not understand the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, on page 10, the President refers to Dr. Bawumia, who has self-described himself as a mate, as Dr. Digitalization, and goes on to praise Dr. Bawumia, and shockingly, the President says he's announced a performance tracker to be launched in March. Well, let me remind Mr. President. Mr. President and the NPP administration, you have a horrible record when it comes to trackers and performance trackers. Because, Mr. Speaker, on the 18th of August 2020, barely 3 months to the 2020 election, this same NPP government, led by President Akufo-Addo, launched a tracker called the Delivery Tracker. Mr. Speaker, I beg members of Parliament in this chamber and Ghanaians watching us on our Facebook page to please take your phones, your laptops, and go to the web address of the Delivery Tracker that was launched on the 18th of August 2020 by the NPP government. The address is www.deliverytracker.gov.gh. www.deliverytracker.gov.gh. Mr. The website is dead. There is nothing on the website. That is the record of President Akufo-Addo. He launched a delivery tracker before the 2020 election. It is dead. Now they are coming to resurrect another performance tracker. That is dead on arrival. We remember your record with COVID-19. Absolutely of no value to the Ghanaian people. So when the President comes here to tell us that Dr. Bawumia is the solution to Ghana's problem, well, Dr. Bawumia is the problem of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, again on page, the President talks about Agenda 111. And I asked myself, the same Agenda 111 that the President cut short for on the 17th of August 2021 with a promise that all the facilities, the 111 hospitals, will be completed in 12 months. I don't know the kind of calendar that the MPP administration of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo is using.
such that since the 17th of August 2021, today is the 5th of March 2024, we still haven't had 12 months of your administration. Well, let me, at this juncture, invite members of Parliament and Right Honourable Speaker. Tomorrow is a public holiday, but I would want to, on behalf of government, invite you to the commissioning of the National Cathedral, which was advertised by the former Finance Minister, now Finance Minister for International Affairs, that the National Cathedral will be commissioned on the 6th of March 2020. And so I would love to see Honourable Katie Hammond, Honourable Afenyo Makin at that commissioning. Mr. Speaker, on page 11, the President, again speaking about digitization, says that they have done interoperability. Mr. President, don't be misled and don't boldly come stand before and expose gleefully the incompetence of your handlers. Who says that before the NPP there was no interoperability in Ghana? Before the NPP came into office, people could send money from MTN to Vodafone. You had a token, and you take that token to the vendor, and you are paid your money. If you say you brought in interoperability, the question we ask is, how then do you say you Ghana money on a contract that existed? In the real fact is, you didn't save Ghana any money. That contract was a contract that was at zero cost to the state. It was supposed to be run BOOT at zero cost to the state. No, you see, Honorable Katie Hammond, that's the problem of this. You don't read contracts. You don't read to understand. Because the contract was for the value of the contract. When you are doing a BOOT, you value the lifespan of the contract before the transfer is done. The value of the contract over 10 years, transactions over 10 years, was 1.4 billion, not the cost the Bank of Ghana was supposed to pay. Have come into government and paid somebody $5 million for something that would have cost us zero. You have rather occasioned financial loss to the state. Mr. Speaker, let me even deflate the talk about DVLA, health, and the President briefly came to stand here and say that because of NPP, you can move from one hospital to another, and then you will get your details shown. Mr. Speaker, I am going to read from the World Bank. Under President Mahama, President Mahama secured funding from the World Bank for a program called the e-Transform Project. Mr. Speaker, this is what the World Bank says on its website. The development objective of the e-Transform Project for Ghana is to improve the efficiency and coverage of government service delivery using ICT. The project has 4 components. The first component is enabling environment for electronic government and business. The second component, Mr. Speaker, has to do with storage, protection, and opening up of data, support for innovation centers and entrepreneurship. The third component, Mr. Speaker, has to do with preparing Ghana for a modern e-commerce industry, improve e-government services, and alleviate poverty. This has 2 sub-components. 1, support for the National Electronic Identification System, which is called Ghana Card. 2, support for digitization and integration of digital identity and verification systems into user agency components. All of this. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst you were here as majority leader, you saw the digitization of Parliament, e-Parliament. We saw the e-health. President Mills built the new Supreme Court building, and under Honorable Haruna, Communications Minister, started the digitization. The High Court, the new High Court, the court complex. The court complex opposite GRA, along the John Vassata Mills Highway. And Honorable Haruna Idrisu, as Communication Minister, startization of court records. This is known. E-health started under Omama. The records are there. But Mr. Speaker, the President on page 7 said that tomorrow we celebrate our 67th independence anniversary. And it is under the theme, Our Democracy, Our Pride. I sit here and ask myself, what is the state of our nation? Are we proud of our democracy? Because, Mr. Speaker, when the President looks at us as a nation and tells us that he is concerned about the so-called friends of Ghana, and for that reason, the sovereignty of this parliament is being called into question, relative to the family values built up with, Mr. Speaker, I am truly worried the kinds of friends the President keeps. Because the President, Mr. Speaker, my friends will not blackmail me. My friends will not blackmail me with money. So if we are being told that today, and if you read the president's statement, he says that he is giving the friends of Ghana assurance he is not going to hasten to assent to a bill that this sovereign parliament has passed on representing the will of the Ghanaian people. It leaves me with just one quote that I am to read with your permission from Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey says, "The Negro who lives on the patronage of philanthropists is the most dangerous member of our black society because he is willing to turn back the clock of progress when his betters ask him to do so. If the Negro is not careful, he will drink in all the poison of modern civilization and die from the effects of it." Mr. Speaker, let us urge our president to be mindful of imperialism.
Honourable member, your time is up.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, from the majority side, have been advised to give opportunity to the Honourable Ambakwata, former Minister of Roads and Highways. So it's your turn now.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this kind opportunity given to me to make an intervention as part of contribution to the ongoing debate on the SONA as presented by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I thank you most sincerely, Mr. Speaker, even though I was not scheduled to speak, but because of the invention made by my colleague, Honorable Isaac J. Mensah, who also serves as the ranking member for the Roads and Transport Committee. So I have to come. Mr. Speaker, in the country, we as politicians must get one thing clear, that we have to be honest and sincere to ourselves. And when dealing with affairs of the state, we should be truthful, we should be factual, and we should not be partisan. Because at the end of the day, all of us seek to ensure the development of our nation. Mr. Speaker, the road sector is a sensitive one, and when addressing issues concerning that sector, we must bear in mind that we should be faithful and to our people, the good people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, it has never been said by the President, and for that matter by anybody, that previous government had not done anything at all in the road sector. The road sector is huge, and nothing is good or bad unless it's by comparison. His Excellency the President makes a statement that on the basis of comparison, more roads have been constructed in this country during his tenure. Mr. Speaker, it's true, factual, and nobody should attempt to doubt it, because the data is there. Is in the ministry, and I've said it on the floor of this honorable house, that if anybody doubts it, we can have a day for a debate, or Mr. Speaker, you can on your own, even call for statistics from the ministry, if that will do this country any good. Mr. Speaker, as at 2017, we had paved roads of our country 23% as at 2017. 23% of our had been paved, 77% unpaved. And as at that time, we had a total road network size of 78,000 kilometers. Out of these 78,000 kilometers, as I said, 33 had been paved, percent had been paved, and 77% remained at either earth or gravel state. That was the critical state of roads in our country as at that time. And even if at that time you take what we call the condition mix of roads, and by condition mix you are talking about good, fair, and poor state of our roads. And as at that time, 39% of our roads were considered to be good, 32% and 29% poor. Mr. Speaker, as at last year and following the 2-year even intervention by the government of His Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa, and the special attention that has been given to the road sector, this condition mix had changed to 44% good, 35% fair, and 21% poor. Because as you improve on the number of kilometers to be good, like inversely proportional, then you are bringing down the percentage that is poor. And Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about roads, there are a number of activities. One, you may be talking about surface dressing of our roads. You might be talking about construction of bridges. You might be talking about asphalt overlays out the country. You might be talking about interchanges. You might be talking about work done, particularly roads that need graveling and re-graveling. All these activities come to constitute work in the road sector. And if you take this one by one, as at the end of first asphalt overlay under President Akufo-Addo's government, 1,500 kilometers had been done in the country. And I had the occasion to defend this on this very floor of the House. And who can say that from even independence, which government had done so much of asphalt overlays of 1,500 kilometers in our country? Which government? If we talk about interchanges, this government has tackled and completed about almost 11 interchanges and overpasses in this country. Which government has this feat in our nation? If you talk about bridges, we have constructed so many bridges in our country under a number of projects, in this country, and the statistics are all there. So if government says that in the road sector, attempt has been made to tackle it, with all seriousness, and it has been robust for all these years, nobody can challenge that. Yes, it has been done. Yes, previous government has done a lot of work in the road sector, but it stands, to be proven, and the proof is there that a number of activities in the road sector have been undertaken under the tenure of President Akufo. So nobody should come and create the impression that the fact that this work has been done in the road sector does not represent the truth. All that previous government did, yes, governance, as is always said, is a continuum. It continues, but fact remains that this government under President Akufo-Addo has done more growth in whatever activity that you want to undertake. No government performance can be compared to what has been done by President Akufo-Addo. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the minister has used 9 minutes 29 seconds. Now he's touching this, so he's moving. Honorable members, is the of the Honorable Thomas Ampim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the immediate past road minister touting their achievements in the road sector. And I, the representative of good people of a soldier man, can tell you that we are always wondering where those roads can be found. Because in a sense, we cannot boast of a single kilometer of road constructed during your time. There are 2 major roads I've always been worrying you. The Akosombo-Jekiti road that was awarded before you came to power. Nothing has happened. One that you yourself awarded, the Osibing and Numbusu road. The contractor will get to site and leave, get to site and leave because of lack of payment. So we are worried. Where are those roads? Now back to my substantive issue. There is this lecturer who was in one of our famous universities, and he was noted for one thing, that majority of students who took his course would trail. He always took delight, pride himself in the fact that, a lot of students are not able to answer my questions. So the students one day gathered and repackaged his own questions and went to him that needed help to solve those questions. The lecturer gave so many excuses. As it were, he could not answer his own questions. Any teacher who is unable to answer his own question is a deception. Any teacher who is unable to answer his own question is a fraud. Any teacher who is unable to answer his own questions is overhyped. Mr. Speaker, we were in this country when a vice presidential candidate posed over 170 questions to the chairman of the economic management team to answer. For 7 years now, Ghanaians are asking him to answer the same question that he said when he assumed the role as chairman of the economic management. And like the deceptive teacher, he hasn't been able to answer those questions. Mr. Speaker, there is one simple question, harmless question that I want to ask on behalf of the many Ghanaians who are asking. And I hope that when the majority leader takes his turn to wrap up this debate, he will provide us the answer. If he doesn't know, probably some calls and get us the answer. The simple question is that, is Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia still the head of the economic management team of this country? We want to know. Mr. Speaker, if he is, then he should provide answers to the questions that he said. If for any reason the president has reassigned him to other roles and has replaced him with somebody else, let us know so we stop bothering him to talk about the economy. Mr. Speaker, when
His Excellency the President came to this house, he mentioned that the Tema-Mpakadan railway line has been constructed and it's almost completed. I'm happy to confirm this statement, except that I thought that the President would give the whole story. The aspect of the story that he left out is that this project funding was actually secured by President Mahama. President Mahama secured $398 million US from the Indian Exim Bank for the construction of this railway line. And this is the difference between the kinds of borrowings that President Mahama did and the kinds of borrowings that this government is doing. President Mahama secured funding for projects that would enhance the productive capacity of this country so that we'll be able to repay the loans when they fall due. This government went on a borrowing spree and borrowed for consumption. That is the difference between President Mahama and this particular administration. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to hear the President stand before us here and say that every performance indicator will show that they have done more in years than the 8 years of every NDC administration. I was really shocked. What performance indicator can prove this? Is it inflation? If it is inflation, let me remind you that you inherit inflation of about 13%, and as inflation is way in excess of 20%. Is it debt to GDP? If it is GDP, when you inherited the governance of this economy, debt to GDP was 56%. You have taken it in excess of 100%. Is it corruption? If it is about corruption, President Mahama's worst performance in corruption index is your best performance. So what index are you talking about? Is it performance index that has been created by the beautiful Mrs. Rebecca Kufuor? Probably that is the only performance index that President Kufuor will do better than any government in this country. Mr. Speaker, Nanado and Vice President Bawumia have sunk governance so low to the lowest, such that we are celebrating mediocrity. Mr. Speaker, how can the President come to us here and celebrate inflation of 23%? When your predecessor government was targeting a single-digit inflation, for President Mahama, his focus was that let's achieve a single-digit inflation and sustain it over a period so that we can get the benefits of that macroeconomic stability. You took us to 54%, and you have managed to bring it to 23%, and you are in this house celebrating it. I was shocked that on page 12, the President was celebrating the payment of coupon. So you borrow, and you are unable to pay, and one time you are able to make some coupon payments, and then the statement that the President made, that this is the biggest payment, coupon payment in the history of Ghana. How is that an achievement? Coupon payments have been a normal transaction by every government. You borrow, when the interest falls due, you pay. How is this an achievement under this government? It is only possible under Nanado and Bawumia. Under Nanado and Bawumia, debt to GDP is more than 100%. It is only possible under this government. Look, Mr. Speaker, it is riskier to lend money to the government of Ghana than to lend to my mother Amadora in Enum. It is only possible under Nanado and Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, today, Kenke sellers are threatening that they will sell pepper in addition to the Kenke. This is only possible under Nanado and Bawumia. So when you hear Dr. Bawumia saying it is possible, these are the things that he's saying are possible. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, more than 850,000 people have been pushed down the poverty line. It is only possible under Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we were in this house where this president, on assumption of office in 2017, appointed 125 ministers. Complained that this government, your government is too large. Reduce it really. He came to this house and told us the end will justify the means. Look at the end. But to our delight, in his second term, he reduced his government. Ghanaians started praising him small. But to our disappointment, in the current, he has sought to increase his government again. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians have been calling on this government, reshuffle your government, reshuffle, reshuffle. The president was not listening. Then we heard that finally some list had been announced. But Mr. Speaker, a critical analysis of what the president did in this reshuffle is shocking. You realize that every minister, MP minister who is not contesting again is removed and replaced with somebody who, an MP who is contesting. Every minister who lost his elections, who is an MP, lost his primaries, was also removed. What is the motive? What motivated this reshuffle? Is it the case that you just want to give opportunities for people who are contesting elections to use state resources to execute campaign? Is that what motivated this reshuffle? This is unfortunate. President Nanado and Baumia do not mean well for this country. And we must look at them. So when he stands here and refers to Dr. Digitalization and say that he will come and do whatever, look, President Nanado, Vice President Baumia are in the same team. In this injury time, those you have brought, what can they do? 8 minutes to the end of the match, and you have brought them. Some of them are only hoping that they will be able to kick the ball once before the final whistle. You're 8-0 down. What can you do? The coach is as worse as the players he has brought on the field. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your leader.
Respectfully, before you call the next speaker, may you, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, permit us to proceed on item 9A and soon thereafter come back. With respect, sir. No. He came from here. His finance minister. Yeah. Oh, please. It's a lane. It's not a.
Yes, please.
Honourable Speaker, the leadership of the minority is carrying out parliamentary at the appointments committee vetting the nominees. But before they left here and asked me to stand in as available leader, the Honourable Atuforsen was very clear that there was no agreement on the laying of any papers at this point in time, and that we were going to debate the solar. And so, per my instructions, we are opposed to any papers. We urge that we continue with the debate on the State of the Nation's address.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, laying of papers are very harmless. But yes, you see, it's the taking. Mr. Speaker, not a decision taking or a decision making process. If you lay the paper, the main thing would be for it to mature for us to, Mr. Speaker, for us to take the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a harmless thing. The 9A, the host country agreement for establishment of the headquarters of the Climate Vulnerable Forum in Accra, Ghana. It's a very harmless. Mr. Speaker, it is not a loan facility. Mr. Speaker, it's not a loan facility. It's not a loan facility. Maybe you've not looked at it. It's a very harmless thing. It's a gain for the state. Laying off a paper. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if you may assist. So that's simply it. It's not a financial document where perhaps one would say that it's just bowing so that we may proceed. That's all. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I take a cue from the majority leader. He says that this is harmless. So it means that if we defer it, it will be at no cost or harm to the state as well. So, because he is the leader of government business, he says that it is harmless. So since it is harmless and it is not something that is urgent, I urge him to wait for my leaders to arrive. We can proceed with the debate. And since it is harmless, in due course, we'll take it. Because if he had said it was something critical for the running of the state, I may have yielded and sought permission of my leaders. But for something that is not critical, urgent, then we can proceed with what I have been giving my running orders on.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, you clearly are the custodian of our standards. I read this matter the other day. The Speaker said that I've been here for as long as you have a little bit more than that. Yeah. But Mr. Speaker, I've just been wondering about this. Last time I raised it, your retort was that, well, you know what you are doing. I had no doubt at all about it. But I still do not comprehend this argument. My understanding of the rules of this, Mr. Speaker, is that when it comes to government business, it is the side which represents government, which is majority side, Mr. Speaker, that it's in the driver's seat. I do not understand that when it comes to presentation of papers, it is in the bosom of the other side, Mr. Speaker, to decide to agree or not to agree. The majority leader, the leader of the side, Mr. Speaker, gets up and says, indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is more so because almost invariably the Speaker will direct not to the minority side, will direct to the majority side. That Mr. Majority Leader, what else should be done? Yes. And then the majority leader, I thought was his prerogative, Mr. Speaker, to then direct the House to what next item we intend to take, subject to what the Speaker says. Mr. Speaker, now we're developing a habit when the minority side simply gets up and says that we do not agree to what the government side intends to do. Mr. Speaker, it's becoming an issue. It's about time, Mr. Speaker, you agree with this matter. Thank you very much.
Remember, I actually dealt with the matter. You know, we always have pre-sitting meetings in the lobby of the Speaker, and we do this religiously on a daily basis. Because of the nature of the House, the majority needs the minority to do this. So we always have to build a consensus. So when they agree for a business to be placed, we anticipate that at the end of the day, the debate and decision taking run cross. So we agree that we should always seek. In fact, it didn't start with me. Even my predecessor used to ask the view of the other side before taking the decision. And that's what I'm just continuing. But it's more rather critical in this hung parliament that we build that consensus and collaboration. Most of it, we are going on with business. I'm sure if you count best, you see that you are only 6. Now count those in front of you. But we are going on with the business. If we were to go through what we are talking about, one will just get up and raise the issue of quorum. And I'll have no option than to the rules. So we do these things so that we build up the family ties, camaraderie, and move on. Yesterday I was presiding, the same situation was present, but we should go on. We went on till almost 5, just to do the business, you know. So we try to get there, and you see me with my body language trying to convince people to give in, which they've been reading very well. The leaders have been reading, and they always in to my request. I don't do it by word of mouth, but they will read my body language and they see that this one prefers that this be done. And so the other withdraw or they give in, you know. So that's what we do. It's true that on the of government business is the leader of government business that drives government business. That is the position. Because government businesses would have been admitted by the Speaker and they would have been arranged by the business committee. And so when you come to the floor, it's the leader of government business that drives the government business. But we also take into consideration the private business, which includes private members' business. Like you have to transact business for your constituency. And you have private business that affects the state, but they are not government business. So you have private business being two. And so you have to handle these things cautiously because you want the House to work as a whole, not in those silos of majority-minority. And because of the concept, you realize that we've now gone beyond majority-minority, and we have now created another caucus, independent caucus. That was the reason why in the definition of the leaders of the caucuses, we removed the term party or parties. Because if you maintain that the leader of the independent caucus will not have parties. And I'm not sure the lawyers' attention has been drawn to this. They've been debating this for some time now. Now we have three types of caucuses. You have the majority, you have the minority, independent. And so when you use parties, the independent caucus, they are not here representing party. That was the reason why that was removed from the definition. And we decided it should be caucus. But people say my ruling, which some say it was not a ruling, it was an opinion. And I was surprised that putting here, I'll be sharing my opinions with you. Eh? No, it was my first deputy who presided at the seminar and said it was an opinion. And that was not a ruling. When I stated that, I will even put it in writing. You know, so I was surprised. But these are some of the things, and I, in spite of the brilliant submission you made, I think that is a matter that we should allow it to be laid, because when it's laid, copies will be made available to members, and then we now determine the course of the business. It's not a matter that will, as he said, harmless in the sense that on procedure, it is not going to cause any harm to any side of the House. Not that the business itself is not critical, because it's something that came to me, and I admitted by surprise, because they just wrote, like today, I received another one, that they want Ghana to host the headquarters, because you know one of our members chairs the Climate Vulnerable Funds Group, and that is Dr. Emmanuel Mafu. Because of his performance, I'm sure some of you may not understand why he's not testing again. He's likely to go high into that arena at the international level. And so he's not contesting. Again, we receive another information to establish a secretariat for parliamentarians on population and development. And I received a letter today. In fact, it gave me the option to try and get the country established by June 2024. Again, it's from our performance as a House and as members. Some of our members are leading the population and development caucus internationally. And so these are some of the things that come, and I think it's rather in the interest of all of us to allow it to be laid. With this, I hope we're able to persuade members that we can go ahead to lay.
Right, Honourable Speaker, your wise counsel is heeded.
I'm most grateful, sir. Honourable members, so we move on to the order paper for the day. At the commencement of public business, Item 9, presentation of papers, the following papers to be presented. 9A, by the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again with your leave, the Honorable Minister for Trade is here, and he would want to do.
Honorable
Minister, Trade and Industry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Honorable Ketiam.
Yes, yes, please, you can do so.
Host country agreements for the establishment of the headquarters of the Climate Vulnerable Forum in Accra, Ghana.
Honorable members, the agreement is presented accordingly and is referred to the Committee on I think Constitutional and Legal Affairs. It's a legal agreement. The leadership of the Committee on Environment, Science, Technology could participate in the deliberation of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on this matter. As who direct. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, we've agreed to do the last one on the, that's the B.
Which one?
The B, Mr. Speaker. 9B, item 9. He will do so for Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, that will be all. Then we'll go back to the debate. Thank you, sir.
This one, Majority Leader, I will have to ask the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee about their work plan.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we went through the preliminary consideration in respect of this instrument, so it can be laid.
Good. So we agree that it should be laid, and we are sure that they will do a good job. Yes.
That we've engaged.
Well, you didn't brief Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we are sorry.
Yes.
You will get the next.
So, Honorable Members, 9B, by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, to be laid for and on his behalf by the Minister for Trade and Industry.
Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation and Preventive Regulations 2024.
Honorable Members, this instrument is referred to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and the committee, the leadership of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal, and then also Transport could participate in the deliberations of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on this regulation, as so direct. Honorable members, both committees are expected to submit their report before we go on recess. I think it's important that we get the reports on them to give indication that we are really ready and willing to do the work. I think it will be good for the image of the country. With this, we go to take up one from each side before I can adjourn today's sitting. Yes, honorable members, my attention has just been drawn that the 9A is sponsored by the Ministry of Finance, and they just brought a copy to me. I think it's important that we allow the leadership of the Finance Committee to join the committee in the consideration of the agreement. So I have amended my earlier directive to include leadership of the Finance Committee in the deliberation of the Committee of Constitutional and Legal Affairs in the consideration of the agreement for the establishment of the headquarters of the Climate Vulnerable Forum in Accra, Ghana. Honorable members, we now go back to the debate. Sorry. Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just before the amendment to your ruling or directive on 9A, you said we were going to take one member each and then adjourn the House. But per the list that was agreed by our leadership and furnished to Mr. Speaker, we actually have 3 more people to speak. The Honorable Kobna Woyome Mensah, the Honorable James Agalga, and the Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi. And so we want to crave your indulgence. If our brothers on the other side have only 1 left, we still have 3. But if they have 3, then because of the reason why we reduced the time to 10 minutes.
They have the numbers. It's just that I fixed a meeting at 3, and it's after 3. My deputy is taking ill. The other one sat from morning up to the time I took over. So at least you sympathize with him. So that's the challenge. That's the challenge. Unless we say I just leave. These are guests from another country. They are not from Ghana. And we agreed to meet at 3. That's the challenge. The senior most will want to preside in my absence.
Yes, so we wanted to say, since you had introduced the novelty of a member presiding, if your meeting is also very important, and it looks like the member presiding may be our headmaster,
Honorable Katie Hammond.
so that because Mr. Speaker, we want to give at least the members of our backbench the opportunity to also take part in it. And so if it will be possible,
that will actually be a novelty, because I've never heard anywhere in the world a back chairing the sitting of Parliament, because the backbencher might not have grasped the rudimentaries of presiding.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was saying that our last speakers are backbenchers, the proposed last speakers, so that they can take part in the debate, not to chair the House.
But who will now be chairing?
The most senior in the House.
The most senior here is Honorable Katie Hammond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure.
Who are you saying is the most senior? Who? So, what is the pleasure of the House? So, honorable members, let's listen to, I think the next person is Honorable Kobna Mensah Woyome. Am I right?
Mr. Speaker,
it's your side. It's Honorable Obing Techi. That's your list. Okay. Honorable Obing Ki. Yes, please.
This is very faulty. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted me to contribute on the debate, to thank the President on on his address on the State of the Nation that was delivered on the 27th of February 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that in crisis time we see leaders, and the President, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, demonstrated these leadership skills when on that day he called boldly that he has to take some stringent measures to the economy which was in crisis back on stage. Speaker, with your permission, I want to quote page 11 of the President's statement. It says, "We were faced with a very difficult situation and had to take a lot of unprecedented bottom-up measures to bring stability and confidence back to the economy. This included tax measures we did not like, but we knew we had to take in the knowledge that the medicine will be bitter, temporary." Mr. Speaker, this is the bold step when the President was faced with a crisis that the whole world was in a turmoil after so many issues that was not palatable. Mr. Speaker, of this, I want to say the people of this country were also facing these same challenges, and the President took the bold step by doing this very important measure. He said, a year ago, I also stated the decision to undertake a comprehensive debt restructuring of our domestic and external debt to ensure we remain resolute in our objective to restore macroeconomic stability, sustainability, and growth. Mr. Speaker, what happened here was that the country, after the crisis of COVID and war, was going through a very serious turmoil of how we can meet our expenditures through our local domestic revenues. On that note, we were able to pay our debts. So the President has to take this bold step of the domestic debt exchange. Mr. Speaker, there's one issue that we have all glossed over: the responsibility of Ghanaians to ensure that we put our country in order. If I may refer to the Constitution and see what we have said in the Constitution as our responsibilities that we have to shoulder in order to put our country on track. When we take the preamble, with your permission, I quote, it says, "In exercise of our natural and inalienable right to establish a framework of government, we shall secure for ourselves and prosperity the blessed liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity." Then I go to the fourth paragraph where it says, "The principle that powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people." So on that, we as people, power belongs to us. At any given time, we have the power to take measures that will help our country. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, if I'm to refer to the Article 31, where we also say something under the issue of state policy. Article 36 is also tell us something here as people to be responsible to ourselves and our nation building. This 36(1) is saying that, Mr. Speaker, I quote, "The state shall take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public access to the needy." Mr. Speaker, here too, it said that the President took that bold step to negotiate for this domestic exchange. However, I may pay tribute to those bondholders who, per their resilience and their sacrifice, this country was resuscitated. By agreeing to this domestic exchange, government was able to save the country. How did the government save the country? Mr. Speaker, President's own statement, if I also quote here, page 12, "We requested an unprecedented number of bondholders to participate in a voluntary exchange and we were able to exchange successfully some 203 billion worth of bonds. Not only was the exchange successful, but it helped us to secure within 5 months the shortest possible time to send debt restructuring history. Mr. Speaker, is what I'm trying to say about the bondholders, where they agreed to make sure that they will sacrifice their bond by not the government paying for the meantime, suspend it. So these people have sacrificed so much, and I call this step the delegatory tax. Why? Because in the public sector, we say that when you talk about tax and transfers, it's non-exchange. You receive without getting value for what you give out. So when you give out 10, you could receive at 8 or 5. So you say non-exchange. So if our people, the bondholders, are giving such bonds in exchange for something lesser, that means that in non-exchange, they are receiving something lesser to sacrifice their need and their interest to receive. This is not normal taxes. Where you pay a tax, you don't get the returns that you deserve. But here, their own exchange money that they have to give out and get interest, sacrifice it and receive something less. On this one, Mr. Speaker, it tells us that the government was able to put these people under a serious situation for them to sacrifice their lives for the sake of this country. This is what I want us all to agree. We have to say and pay tribute to those bondholders for sacrificing so much that are called delegatory tax or delegatory transfers. Mr. Speaker, once again, let's look at them as people. How we share our responsibility for us to go through this mess. Let's look at Article 41. And you go to F and J. Article 41 F, it says that to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. 41 says that the exercise and improvement of rights and freedom is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen and the FCs to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat use and waste of public funds and property. Then you go to the J. It says to declare his income honestly to the appropriate and lawful agencies and to satisfy all tax obligations. So on that note, we as people, if we fail to do these things, that means that we put our country at a situation where the president has to take a bold step by calling on bondholders to sacrifice so much for the state. So on this note, Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing out that the president took such a bold step, the president of Akufo-Addo and this vice president, Baumia, they have to control and put together this idea to make sure the country is back on track. Mr. Speaker, when you go for last week, one of our colleagues at that side was saying that the thinking fund, the heritage fund, the extra fund, the government is taking them and put that under a very serious mess of taking much loans. Why did this have to happen? All these loans were taken as a mortgage. Why? Government is the biggest spender. Government is the biggest borrower. And all insurance and other risk institutions that operate for others' interests to avoid risk, they all go to government for government bonds and government treasury so that you make investment there and add to their investment. So if government is borrowing from these extra bonds, if government is also borrowing from these heritage bonds and borrowing from all other state funds, it means that the government is putting this into investment and future payback. Why are we having this suffering? Why are we having this problem? Because we are checking out from this or paying, and now government has to go. So when government goes from, we have to pay from our own debt and revenues. But when the loans are not forthcoming, that means that there will be a shortfall somewhere. Because we amortize these funds at current year rates so that in future when we get the revenue, we pay back. But where are the revenues? Because the revenues are not coming, because you're checking our responsibilities of paying enough, because you are checking our responsibility to obtain to make sure that we avoid waste, always the country is a mess of begging for funds. So, Mr. Speaker, so long as we live in a situation where our revenues are so low and government has to take both steps to ensure we put in place tax measures to get more revenue and we resist, that means that you have to go abroad. When we are going to mortgage all our funds and then make sure that we are able to finance our expenditure on capital projects and we don't have them, we have to go and borrow. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, and we want to put across that in the bid of developing our country, putting up infrastructure, SS programs. We are building a capital base which we are expecting that in the future we are going to secure enough funding for our country to develop. So, Mr. Speaker, let's thank the for these bold steps that he has taken with all these task measures, with all these debt exchanges, that will help us secure funds to build our infrastructure, as he mentioned in this debate, in this statement to the state, that the funding that you are taking from all these funds, the loans that you have taken, was helping us to build this infrastructure, Kumasi International Airport. We have the Confrontation Hospital, we have the Takwari Interchange, Obechebi Lamti Interchange, University of Information and Social Development. When we put this together, Mr. Speaker, I tell us that in the future, training our children who are going to be the capital base of our state, and through their efforts, through their inventions, through their unveiling a lot of issues from sciences, then it means that the country is going to benefit from that. And to conclude, the Speaker here, I feel Kobisa Wampim Secondary School, ladies in that school were able to develop a helicopter that was motor control to go around and decide they're going to give the immigration officers to use to patrol the borders of the country. This is going to be a very big feat for the country, the development. You go to Technical University, they also were able to use such waste to develop excavators. This is going to help the country in the future in that science and technology development. It tells us that what the President and his Vice President Bawumia are doing is to position the country in technology-wise, science-wise, mathematics-wise, to invent in the world of science, to invest in the world of technology. And this country in the future will see development. Let us make sure that we as country, we work to avoid waste. We work to ensure that we raise more revenue. And on the day, I will employ Parliament as the oversight of state resources, that the 23 million that we owe that cost our life to be off. We can take steps here and work on it to show that we are some people working on reducing waste and find out where the cause is, identify this problem, and Ghanaians will see that indeed we are working for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this contribution, and thank the President for the bold steps he has taken to ensure the growth of the country. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, thanks so much. We will now call on Honourable Kobina Mensah Woyomi. And at this juncture, I will call on Honourable Katie Ham to take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. Hey, Katie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Wait a minute. I think it shouldn't be Mr. Speaker. Describe me by any other name, not the Mr. Speaker.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Member Presiding.
That's right.
For the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. And in doing so, Honorable Member Presiding, I would have to convey a very important message from an auntie who sells at Makola that His Excellency the President, on delivering his State of the Nation address, described the Vice as Dr. Digitalization. And some of them in Makola won't take that at all. And that the true father of digitalization was created by His Excellency Flying John Rawlings from the work output of Honorable John Dramani Mahama at a time when he was the Minister for Communication. And that he began the road and the process to them in Makola, and for them holding even phones outside this country, rollout of the GSM, and particularly, they remember very well when they understood for the first time something called the Millennium Bug, then Y2K, and many were worried as to how microprocessors were going to roll over from 1999 to 2000. And here was this man, ably supported by Commander Griffith as the Deputy Minister, and navigated and worked for the entire nation to roll over to 2000 successfully. And many, including the success story of Ghana Telecom at the time. And so the father of digitalization to them is no other person than John Mahama. And before he left office in 2016, the statement delivered by the president, he acknowledged having about 900,000 cards issued in the identification card issued to Ghanaians. And so that clearly is an indication also of the fact that some work had started before he came in, and therefore it couldn't have been the work and entirely the work of the Vice President going forward. And so, the honorable member presiding, His Excellency President ought to probably review his designation as of the Vice President as Dr. Digitalization. Ghanaians out there are not sitting accepting that at all. So, Mr. Speaker, let me veer into sports, where His Excellency the President made some allusions. And they have constructed about 150 astroturfs and 10 resource centers across the country. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that you want the end result and the effect of these constructions on the industry to know whether you have actually achieved what you want to or you have not. We were here, in fact, when we needed to play a home match, an international home match, and the country's pitches were declared, and they nearly sent us to either Togo or Benin to go and host our own home matches. It got some few interventions for Baba Yara to be accepted in after several pleas and all that. As we speak, none of the projects, he said, is fit for purpose in terms of really helping any Premier League or the first division, second division to even adopt as a home ground to actually help them to propagate the game. And so it will be totally out of place for you to be touting to say that it is an achievement, when in fact it's not really benefiting the purpose for which you intended to really carry out that. In fact, the positioning or the location of some of these are done in a manner that clearly not so much went into how they should be located and where to really put them. So you realize that a premier team or a first division team is a particular maybe district, but it's the so-called AstroTurf is very much far away and of course not up to standard. Destroying some of the species, the spaces or the space that were initially good for them to be playing somewhat a game which was considered professional and then within the rules of the GFA. And so clearly you would notice that all that he came to say has not really met the standard of the industry in order to advance what the industry needs. This morning, I contributed to the statement ably delivered by the Minister for Youth and Sports. And I touched on a few things.
Honorable Member, to reduce your time by half. So I want to give you 5 minutes rather than the 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, clearly, you will notice that the Minister,
Honorable Alternative Leader, was up on his feet. Yes, you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to remind you that my application gave you room to sit in that chair. And I did that mindful of Article 296, that you would not use your office capriciously or maliciously. The decision to reduce the time of the member from what was agreed at conclave, Mr. Speaker.
I agree. The Speaker sat left, and the discretion is mine.
The information carried on to you was 10 minutes for members.
All right, I'll think about it. Member, go on. Wait a minute. The honorable colleague is on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. This is a House of Record. A few minutes ago, you want to be addressed as a member presiding. The new rules at page 6 make distinction between speakers, deputy speakers, and a member presiding. We have the speaker, that is the right honorable speaker. But Mr. Speaker, at page 4, or that.
But I think my attention has already been drawn to it.
Well.
It's been drawn to it. That's why he's continuing to call me Mr. Speaker, even though I still believe that I am not the Speaker. So it's all right. I understand that. Yes. I would see your time from his time. If you keep on talking the way you are talking, I'll take it out of you. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at page 6, I just clarity. At page 6 of our rules book, line 6, Mr. Speaker is defined to include the Speaker, a Deputy Speaker, or a member presiding. So, Mr. Speaker,
no, leader, he wants to be referred to as a member presiding instead of Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, either way, Mr. Speaker, you can be described as a presiding.
That's what I thought. My majority, that's what I thought.
You are member presiding.
And now,
if you are referred to as member presiding, it wouldn't be wrong. However, you are in the Speaker's chair,
and the
standing orders
confer the title on me
temporarily.
For the 10 minutes that I'll be here, I understand that. Okay.
As the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majority.
You are Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, don't forget that you are a member presiding.
I am the member presiding, Mr. Speaker, for now. Yeah, thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am starting all over. So, on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, the President touched on reviving sports, particularly football, in the country, and was indicating that the presidential initiative on how to revive football.
I don't appreciate members leaving the room, getting off the room without telling me.
It's late in the day because
get him back.
I think the minister.
Hold it. I don't appreciate members are on their feet and contributing, other members walking out of the floor. So keep an eye on those who have been leaving the place. Let them come back, and so we can continue. Member, continue, member.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I'm not interjected anymore.
Keep going. I've restored your time, so keep going. Don't worry.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that the initiative, well thought out, but I think it's late in the day. In a view that he's on his way out, his government is on its way out, and at when he's going to roll this out for implementation for us to begin seeing any results anyway. For instance, he got some information that he put out wrong. And let me correct it. That during President Kufuor's era was when we saw exploits of the likes of Michaelasians and Sule Muntaris all doing so well for Ghana football. Forgetting that somebody had worked, put in the necessary policies, collaborated with the schools, got institutions, industry players to participate in building some of these from the grassroots. And that the PNDC and the NDC under President Rawlings, including Valco and Milo and Ghana Education Service, it has helped to identify some talents, which of course includes it was a deliberate and systematic program of the PNDC and NDC government under the leadership of the former President George Rawlings. Discovered Stephen Appiah, for instance, who was then a product of Mamprovi-based Mighty Victory. Michaelasian from St. Augustine's, Sule Muntari from Okes in Kumasi, Asamoah Gyan, the leader of even Baumia Sports Campaign Team, a product of Accra Academy, among others, under the NDC government in the 1990s. And so all of that are products as a result of prudent policy, effective collaboration, a government that needed to develop talents at the grassroots. And it took a period before President Kufuor became president. And of course, I wouldn't discount the contribution of our late Ben Kufi, who did so well with the 5-year development, which of course advanced the industry to some level. But to say that identifying talents, nurturing them, and capturing them to proceed in the way probably we all want did not start during President Kufuor's era. It took E.T. Mensah's and a visionary leadership and Rawlings to get who they needed to build so that we can all benefit from. Particularly the women's game. Those times was a concerted effort where there was a direction given to Ghana Telecom at the time to sponsor the women, and they were doing so well. And the women's game and the coach football were advancing gradually. But immediately President came on the scene, what happened was that Ghana Telecom got sold, and so sponsorship line just died. And so that we have not revived until today. And that has really helped, in a way, not helped in advancing and building a formidable industry as far as the women's games are concerned, as well as the courts also as well. And so all of that needs to be put out clearly for people to understand. Those who actually helped in building the foundation of football to take off. And then who also, in a way, either by whatever decision or whatever, when Ghana Telecom was sold, there wasn't a replacement for institutional support and funding for.
I've added about 2 more minutes to it because of the interruption, but you can have another 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that the African Games that we are having today, we spoke spoke a little about it in the morning, and then we urge all to really come out to support the process. But let me put out a very important information about what we said. His Excellency the President said about the stadium project. The project where, the University of Ghana.
So why haven't you put that important point all along?
The University of Ghana Stadium project, according to His Excellency the President, he says, and I quote, that it is worth noting that this is a facility started under former President J. Kufuor and was abandoned by successor governments. That was wrong. What happened was that
on that note, I think
no,
your time is
clearly under that, what happened was that
Alternative leader, what are you suggesting to you? You should keep on talking or you should wrap up. I'm giving you more time.
The project was initially funded by Get Fund, and Get Fund, because there was a policy to merge the Education Ministry and that of the Youth and Ministry. And so it was easy to get Fund to support the building of the stadium. When NDC came,
I think we've gone well past your. So the honorable member on this side will be getting ready. Honorable, I've more than enough. I've given you more than enough, So I didn't want to fall into the honorable member from Pram's trap. So I've given you enough time. And you seem to be abusing.
In conclusion,
one second.
So in conclusion, when there was this separation, Ministry of Youth and Sports wanted an opportunity like hosting of a game such as what we're having now to get it completed. So it is not correct, as has been captured here, that successful.
All right. The honorable member, Honorable Reku Broby, I think it's your time now. Thank you very much, Honorable Wayne. You can have 12 minutes. You can have 12 minutes. When you do the 10, you can have extra 2 if you want the extra 2.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation to this high office of member presiding.
Thank you very much, my friend. I've added another 2 minutes to your 12 minutes.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to also contribute to the state address as delivered by His Excellency the President on the 27th of February 2024. So, Speaker, before I do that, I think earlier speakers, from the way they make their presentation, suggest as if the President was here to tell us about achievements. As the name implies, it's state of the nation. Let's get this straight. So if you look at page 12, when the President, Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, government successfully paid the first coupon of 2.3 billion cedis. Question is it true or is it not? I get worried when people want to say this is an achievement. He says it's one-time payment that is just in the history of Ghana. So if he gives the state of nation, it's left to the public to decide whether it was true or not. But members want to call it achievements. If you listen to it and you find that the achievements, then so be it. But for me, I think that the state of the nation as he presented and as corroborated by many of these think tanks have been one of the best that he did. Mr. Speaker, I will limit myself to the employment space. And I'm very cognizant of the fact that we have been sitting here for long, and therefore we need to wrap up. Ordinarily, I would not even making some of these submissions, but I think based on what the President said, I should come in. Mr. Speaker, you recall on the 27th, when the minority leader was seconding the motion for adjournment, he painted the picture as if, in fact, he said that 2 out of 3 Ghanaians are unemployed. And it was as if it was a passing comment. But I have had radio stations
because I worked in the employment ministry before, asking me that was the state of affairs. In fact, that is not true. I don't want to malign my minority leader. I don't know if it was also mischievous for him to go that tangent, that we are 32 million and the workforce in this country stands around 11 million. He deducts that from 32 million and gets about 20 million and says that to two.
Honorable Member, I think the minority leader got it off because I think he didn't discount the fact that a lot of the population he's talking about will be children. They will be below the employment age. I think he makes that up. So he himself must have realized that mathematically that couldn't be accurate. So yes.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the point I want to reemphasize. But I think that if people got that input, they wouldn't have gone on to even call me on radio to ask. But if you take 1 to 40 years, and if you take 65 and above, that alone constitutes 49 million, about 49%. And so it cannot be that 2 out of every 3 are unemployed. I just wanted to state the unemployment figure as it stands today, 3.6%. Mr. Speaker, if you go to 2016, the unemployment figure was 5.11. Fast forward 2019, when we came to government, unemployment was reducing. In 2019, 3.46%. In 2020, around 3.77. 2021, after COVID, 3.2. 2022, 3.87. And as we speak, it's reduced to 3.60. Mr. Speaker, and this is from the survey report of the Ghana Statistical Service. You can Google and you get that. Mr. Speaker, it's important to even define unemployment.
Wait a minute. What?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect.
Point of order?
Yes, point of order.
Hey, under what rule? Point of order.
He is grossly misleading the House.
Under what rule? You don't remember
Mr. Speaker, you see, we are a House of record.
You haven't given me the rule.
With you chairing, we need to ensure the right thing is done.
Honorable member.
My legal counsel is checking the order.
Honorable member.
With it. Mr. Speaker.
You won't let me talk. I am sitting here. You won't let me talk. Who is checking on the rule for you?
My legal counsel.
All right, I will step down the rules. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, the past Deputy Minister for Employment says that the unemployment figure stands at 3.6, if I heard him right. Well, the Ghana Statistical Service published their last figures, and I have them here. In September 2023, unemployment in our country stood at 14.7, not 3.6. In fact, they gave the exact number. It is 1,857,456 people. 14.7%. And that is up from 8.4% in 2016. And the 8.6 in 2016 was GLSS 7. And then the GLSS 9, that was done in 2023, September.
So let's admit what you're saying is true. That is not 2/3 the total population.
I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the figures he put out. He said 3.6% is our current unemployment rate.
But he makes his argument on the back of that contribution.
And he references the Ghana Statistical Service. We are a House of record. The Ghana Statistical Service as of September 2023, employment at 14.7. The other conversations are different from this figure.
You're not getting yourself involved in that.
Yeah.
I understand. Honourable member. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member is trying to do my flow. But in terms of the unemployment calculation, sometimes we take year by age, the year on year, and also come up with that. As we speak, if we even take the youth unemployment alone, that stands around about 32%. So it is not, this is an aggregate figure which we have. I've referred him to the source and he can also check on that. Mr. Speaker, I mean, people may even wonder, on the unemployment definition must even be counted. It refers to the share of the labor force that is without work but able for and seeking employment. And in Ghana here, most people even also jobs and people getting jobs and unemployment. Many of them even at the formal space. But we have over 80% of our population in the informal space. If you don't take care, you think that unemployment is that high. I'm not underrating the fact that people are looking for jobs and they are not getting. But we must also address ourselves and avert our minds to the fact that a lot of people are in the informal space and they have done so since time immemorial. Mr. Speaker, the President states that we have relative peace, and people were even questioning that. If you look at the sub-region, coup d'etats all over and so on, but we have relative peace. The employment figures between 2017 to 2022, let me end there, it's about 2.1 million jobs created. And this one, you can get it from SNIT data, those that are in the formal space, that are being contributing to their SNIT and so on. We have the public sector about 1.2 million, and the private sector, we added on 905,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, additionally, about 100,000 more health workers, and everybody can attest to this. We have 100,000 more teachers, and we have more personnel in the fire service, in the prison service, in the police service, in the military, immigration, among others. And this one too, you can get the source. And everybody also sees that the security service in particular, we have seen a dramatic increase in their numbers. Mr. Speaker, there are some areas that even go unnoticed. Let me mention the media. As we speak, on page 7 of SONA, the President clearly said that we have about 550 radio stations as of today. Mr. Speaker, I own one, the radio station. The minimum staff you can run a radio station is around 6. You multiply, just simple calculation, 6 by 550. You are getting about 3,300. When we talk of jobs, people dispute. But we are really, the jobs are there. And it appears because people really want jobs that are in the formal space, normally we discount these kinds of figures. And Mr. Speaker, I think these are all contributing to the peace and stability we have. I would mention the conducive employment atmosphere, the conducive national peace that we are enjoying among our workforce. Is because of the work that we do with the labor people. We understand their conditions of service are being adhered to under this government. Mr. Speaker, between 2013 and 2016, there were over 25 strikes under President Debuffan. Between 17 and as we speak.
I think she's coming to tell me your time is up. But as I said, I'll give you 2 minutes plus 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
For being nice to me.
Let me quickly touch on pensions. As we speak, the
1 minute. I see 2 of our colleagues. Yes. Yeah. Is there a point of order?
Yes, point of order.
What is it about?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague has just mentioned.
So you really have to refer me to the standard.
He needs to supply.
You have to refer me to the standard order.
Okay, are you debating?
Sorry.
Are you debating?
Am I what? Debating?
Yes.
No, you didn't hear what I said. I said refer me to the standing order.
I will refer you to the standing order.
No. We do it now or you won't make your points. Honorable member, he doesn't have the standing order, so go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I see they want to distort me. Let me touch on pensions just for a minute. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the asset under management, I'm just touching just on pensions. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, the asset under management in 2016 was 15.1 billion. As we speak today, December 23, the asset under management is 66.1. And you can imagine the leap that we have took this. And because of this, Mr. Speaker, we need to be prudent in the way we manage this. As we speak,
and to ensure financial sustainability of the SNIT scheme and the monies involved, the country, the MPRA and SNIT have developed and deployed administrative guidelines. So we don't have systems where SNIT was clawing their hands investing in any sector. As you go to SNIT today, they have investment guidelines that they are working. For the first time, the MPRA has also deployed a risk-based supervision system, thanks to Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, on this to ensure that people's income security are enhanced and are also kept very, very safe. The informal sector is also one area where we have looked at under this government. Hitherto, people who were in the informal space were so vulnerable when they went on pensions. As we speak now, the enrollment is so amazing, standing at 679,105 at February. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot is going on. As we speak, the MPRA has about 6 zonal offices. So people have to travel from Boko and so on coming to access. And this is also where we need to mention that we are even adding on 2 more offices, one in Wa and the recent one coming from. There's also the Pensions College that is coming up. So this government in particular has a very strong passion to make sure that people retire on their on very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think it's the turn of the Honorable Professor Hamza Adam. Okay. Yes, Council, you keep very, very strict to the time.
Mr. Speaker,
so you have
Mr.
to be
Speaker,
very clear.
I am a ranking member, so I'm entitled.
Forgive me, ranking member. In that case, you do 10 minutes, isn't it?
15 minutes.
No, man, there's 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President started his message on the state of the nation by citing certain successes chalked in the security sector. According to the President, in this sub-region, Ghana is an oasis of peace in that it is the only country which hasn't recorded a terrorist attack. He attributes this success to certain significant interventions made by his government, namely, and I am referring to page 2 of the address. He states that we are paying diligent attention to their welfare as well. Then he talks about the accommodation and physical environment within which the security agencies operate as having been improved by his government. Mr. Speaker, I am going to demonstrate here and now that the President's assertion that 1, they pay diligent attention to the welfare of the personnel of our security services, and that could be a probable reason for the peaceful atmosphere we enjoy in this country. So I would start from here and proceed.
But
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, shouldn't we as a country be happy that so far, we are all right, no problem? Shouldn't we be happy about that?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I am doing an evaluation of the President's message on the state of the nation. And so where he makes certain assertions and on record, I can contest those assertions. I will do so with
there's peace in our country.
Absolutely, yes.
There's peace.
So, Mr. President claims that the welfare of security personnel has improved. And I am saying that assertion is contestable. It is contestable because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the police service, for instance, in 2020, November thereabout, the policemen were very excited because suddenly they saw a pay rise of over 100%. We're a month from the December elections. Now, shortly after the December elections, 2 weeks after the December elections, the over 100% pay rise was reversed without any provocation. I mean, this is on record. If you like, I can read to Ghana Web. I mean, there is a publication on Ghana Web, and you would see it's dated 18th December 2020, captioned as follows: tension as police officials fume over salary drop after elections. And so you have a president who presided over the reversal of salary increment of police personnel, and questions are being raised. Was it because of the elections? Did he increase the salary of police personnel in order to court their support? And shortly after the elections, he caused a reversal to be made, very much the annoyance of police personnel. And so when the same president comes and stands before the nation and says the welfare of personnel of our securities has improved under his watch, Mr. Speaker, I dare say that that assertion is a palpable falsehood. Mr. Speaker, again.
The security forces have badly under this government, have they?
Again. Mr. Speaker, yeah, this is a fact.
They haven't done very badly.
And I've referred you to the source.
Honorable, what do you call it, the available leader, you are hopping up and down and all of that. What is the problem? Honorable, give me 1 minute. I need 1 second. Yes, sure.
Mr. Speaker, I am not hopping. I'm seated in my chair.
Oh, good man.
I'm just exasperated that it appears that the member presiding is seeking to engage in debate.
There's no engagement. I'm only clarifying the issue. My very good friend, Council, go on. Yeah, go on.
Mr. Speaker, still on welfare. Still on welfare. This government, for the past 7 years, when it comes to UN peacekeeping operations, and peacekeeping operations is a welfare, Speaker, because when soldiers, police officers are deployed on UN peacekeeping operations, they make some dollars. We call that the end dollar, and it improves their station in life. Mr. Speaker, in the MPP manifesto, you would see they took pains at page 14 of the MPP manifesto to outline the number of successive governments have increased the peacekeeping operations allowance. They've taken pains, page 14 of the MPP manifesto. And here, it is stated categorically that the MPP manifesto, the current one, you don't have a manifesto, you know it. The current manifesto, page 15, is stated. You would see in it, they try to trace how successive governments have increased the peacekeeping allowance of this. Here, mention is not made of President Fado's government having increased UN peacekeeping operations allowance by a cent, not even a cent. But as for Mahama Mills, Mr. Speaker, you would see they increased the UN peacekeeping allowance first from $27 to $30, and then from $30 to $5.
Let's be fair. Nobody seems to have a copy of what you are referring to. So,
Mr. Speaker, I am ready to table the MPP's manifesto. It
that's
is
what
right
you said.
in my
You are
hands.
the only person quoting
It's here.
MPP.
Yes, I have it. And so, if you direct, I will table it accordingly.
I absolutely, before you conclude,
So,
it should be here. So
yes, I will table it. I give you the assurance.
You keep saying that the current, which one?
2020, it's here.
2020 is what is?
Yes.
Yeah, so
I will table it after my submission.
That's right.
With the greatest
But
of
maybe it will be
respect.
better if you, before you completed your
It will be tabled,
submission.
Mr. Speaker. And so all I'm saying is that, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the welfare of our troops, this government has not done anything to improve upon their welfare. In terms of the increase of the UN peacekeeping operations allowance, they have not added even a cent. But you see, his predecessor at least increased in the first instance, the peacekeeping allowance.
I'm not sure about that assertion, but there we go. I'm not sure about
respect.
that. But,
the document is here.
Oh, you late. The House would have a look here. So
Still on welfare, Speaker, the President spoke about the expansion of the security services. Then he related that to the improvement of accommodation for the personnel. Once again, statement is not true. I say so because, Mr. Speaker, as I stand here before you, 40% of soldiers in the country do not live in barracks accommodation. This is a development which compromises the life of soldiers and ultimately lowers their morale. 40% of soldiers are not living in barracks accommodation. And so it is important that this president ought to have realized that if you want to expand the forces, you must make provision for accommodation, because you recruit them, you must accommodate them. The military is unique in the sense that if they don't live in barracks accommodation, mobilization becomes a problem. If they mingle with the civilian populace, it creates problems. It creates problems because their training is different. They are not supposed to mingle freely with civilians. They are supposed to come into town only when it is necessary. So in that respect, I'm saying that insofar as 40% of soldiers will not live in barracks accommodation, it is wrong for the president to say there has been an improvement in the accommodation of our security personnel. There is nothing like that. Still on this point, Mr. Speaker, the police have not seen any improvement in accommodation at all. All we know is that what used to be known as the former barracks of the National Protection Unit, pulled down. It has been demolished under a very obscure arrangement. We are told a private developer was given the green light to redevelop and redesign the area. The agreement is very opaque. We don't have the details in this house, and I dare say that the arrangement could, in the not too distant future, form the basis for an investigation. A barracks was demolished at a very prime location, 37, where the former National Protection Unit of the Police Service was headquartered. It has been demolished. That is a prime location. Now the personnel who used to live there have been relocated to Kwabenya. Look at the distance from the center of the city to Kwabenya. It is not for nothing that the colonial establishment acquired prime lands, put up barracks in those prime. It was to ensure that in the event of quick mobilization between the police headquarters and the National Protection Unit, they could easily mobilize and respond rapidly to, some security situations that we might encounter. So this is a matter that needs to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke about election security in his address. Election security, and then he tried to, as it were, place responsibility on the political parties. He said they should play their role to ensure that in the forthcoming elections there is peace and security. But the executive arm of government plays a pivotal role. 2020, Mr. Speaker, this government, President Akufo-Addo, failed the nation. He failed the nation because the election in 2020 was marred with violence. We lost 8 lives. 8 Ghanaian lives were lost. Justice has not been served as we speak. The souls of the 8 Ghanaians are crying for justice. They were murdered in cold blood. Single soul has been prosecuted for the killings of those 8 Ghanaians. And so when the president appeared, we expected that he would have at least told us something about investigations into those murders. He said nothing. So if the same president is talking, calling upon political parties to ensure that there is peace, what role is he himself playing? What role did he play in 2020 to ensure that that election was peaceful? Again, I was work on by-election, especially in our minds. My colleague seated here, the Honorable Sam George, was assaulted. What happened to the person who assaulted Honorable Sam George? His roaming is of Accra, a free man. And yet the president appeared before us and said political parties should do all in their capacity to ensure that the elections are peaceful. Talk is cheap indeed. Again, somebody was caught red-handed fishing an AK-47 assault rifle. Double. Mr. Speaker, where is double? What happened to double? He's been brought to justice. These are questions the president should have averted his mind to when he appeared before us. Unfortunately, he decided to run away from responsibility and to create the impression that it is the political parties which must work hard to ensure that the elections are peaceful. Mr. Speaker, I know time is not on my side, but let me say something quickly about recruitment. And again, recruitment is an issue that is captured in the MPP's own manifesto. The President spoke about the expansion of our security services, the armed police service. And my brother, the Honorable Roku Brobe, is the same issue. But the point is, what processes have been adapted by this government to ensure that people who are qualified, people who are not coming from any criminal backgrounds, are the ones who are recruited to serve in our security services? They spoke about cronyism, removing cronyism from our recruitment processes. But for the past 7 years, this government has what? They no longer advertise recruitment of personnel into our security services. They do not advertise. By their conduct, Mr. Speaker, criminal elements have infiltrated the ranks of our security services.
We're all talking about the fact that this is a house of records and all that. I'm a little bit apprehensive about some of these statements. No advertisement, nothing, and then recruitment of criminals into the security forces.
Let me refer you to...
I'm a bit worried about those
Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to page 148 of the 2020 MPP manifesto. It reads as follows. It's as follows. The MPP will resource our police to continue to maintain law and order and protect lives and property with the following measures. A, review and restructure recruitment into our police sector to stamp out the fraud and cronyism that had been introduced into the process by the Mahama-led NDC government. This is contained in the MPP manifesto. Yeah. And I'm saying that when you tie this up with the president's claim that they have expanded the security services, one needs to ask the fundamental question: what processes have been adapted for purposes of expanding the size of our security services?
Anyway,
and I know it is on record. Past 7 years.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Your time is long.
Without advertisement. That is the fact.
Thank you.
So conclude, Mr. Speaker. I'm concluding. I have 50.
That was your concluding remark, wasn't it? That was
no. I'm concluding.
Oh, is that more than 50? He's my friend, so I'm giving him 2 more.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion,
welcome to the House, the Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. You missed out on the show. I am sitting in the chair. Yes.
Oh, should I conclude? Conclude. Yes. When you conclude.
No, we'll give you 1 minute to conclude. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, I want to hear you.
The Speaker, we were at the appointment committee, and
I was told,
and somebody slipped a note that your uncle is the new speaker.
Exactly.
And Mr. Speaker, I had goosebumps.
I am so happy that you had to run.
So immediately I said,
come and sit because I'm not too sure what you can do. You
can
do anything.
No, I am the speaker for now. So, but we'll come back to the house. Yeah. So, honourable member, conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion,
2 seconds.
The president has.
Member from Bolivia, would you resume your seat? You know, so that...
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is obligatory for this president to live by his words in ensuring that in the 2024 elections, we would have the elections conducted in a very peaceful atmosphere. Political vigilantes will not be allowed to operate. It would ensure that the military is not deployed as responders to deal with attempts to compromise the peace and security of the elections. These are the obligations our president must honor in order to ensure that the elections are transparent, free. If he does not honor these obligations, go down in history as the one who presided over electoral
All right, thank you.
violence.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. But I think the point was well made by the President, the fact that political parties also contribute to the running and successful outcome of elections. So, Honourable Minority...
I heard you debate.
Debate what?
Debate the state of the nation address.
Turn of Alex Tete, Honourable Alex Tete. Then after that, we would have, I think, the last one, the Honourable Gobashi, if she is around. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute
front
to the
bench
statements
is not discussing too much discussion and
by His
disrupting
Excellency,
the
the President of the
minority
Republic.
front bench. Calm down.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for fulfilling the national obligation. A lot has been said about this message presented to us by His Excellency.
The Honourable Minority Member, I've been told that when the Speaker is sitting, you don't turn your back towards the Speaker. So you should be looking at me.
Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about this message presented to us exactly a week ago. And Mr. Speaker, I want us to divert our mind to page 24 message presented to us. And with the leave, Mr. Speaker, I read paragraph 4 of page 24. Mr. Speaker, has led to the deployment of 321 1D1F projects, consisting of 211 new. Mr. Speaker, in our manifesto in 2016 and 2020, we actually informed that we pursue an agenda of one district, one factory. And I can attest to it that our Contomna constituency has benefited from this noble project or initiative by the President and his Vice, Dr. Mahmoud Babunya. And Mr. Speaker, you can attest to it that the factory is now producing a local rice in our Contomna. Mr. Speaker, due to this initiative, a lot of Ghanaians have been employed. And it's added up to the employment that has been mentioned in this State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, through the prudence of our economy, the President of the Republic has completed about 31 e-blocks initiated by our former President, His Excellency John Mahama, and Akontomra has actually benefited from one of such projects. And now we have converted the day school into a boarding facility, which has accommodated about 500 students as I speak. And Mr. Speaker, during 2016, His Excellency the former President completed 20 of the e-blocks. But Nana Rodankwa Akufo-Addo and his able Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia completed 31 of such projects, and we need to commend the President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, page 30 of His Excellency message actually talks about, Mr. Speaker, page 24, page 20 of the speech. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read. As a 30, Mr. Speaker, give me a great pleasure to report that all nations are ready for Ghana to welcome sportsmen and women are continuing to participate in the 13th edition of the All Africa Games. It seems incredible, but this is the first time that Ghana will be hosting these games. It has taken a lot of courage to have persisted with the decision to hold the games, especially when our financial programs came into the midst of the preparation. But I'm glad we went ahead. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Minister of Sports and Youth and Sports made a statement about the hosting of this tournament. And it gives us a great pleasure that Ghana, as the first nation hosting this All-Africa Games, Mr. Speaker, I believe those countries participating in this particular games will enjoy the Ghanaian culture, will enjoy the Ghanaian environment. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic and his able Vice President has actually done well in our. And Mr. Speaker, page 8 of the State of the Nation address, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 2. We have made unprecedented progress in the provision of court buildings and residence for judges around the country. In 2020, the government set out to construct 100 courthouses with residential facilities nationwide. Mr. Speaker, I can also attest to it that our Contomna constituency actually benefited from this initiative. And just last month, His Lordship has actually commissioned a court facility in our Contomna. Mr. Speaker, let me correct my friend Sam George. The President made mention that Agenda 111 will be completed and commissioned this year. But I believe that your constituency has benefited from this initiative. And you can attest to it that Ningo has benefited from the Agenda 111. If I'm not, it's true. If it is not true, it's true. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Santos can attest to it that he has benefited from the initiative of the Agenda 111.
I think he had his name mentioned. What is it?
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Added the rights and the honourable and all of that to the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's a House of Records. The Honourable Alex Jonubwa, who is the MP for Sefia Kontombra, but comes from Ningo, must not mislead. And his parents are listening, his grandparents are listening. The Agenda 111 District Hospital.
Is it live? Is it live? Is hearing live?
But it's on Facebook. His grandmother.
You said the parents are listening or the grandparents are listening. Is it live?
On a smartphone. Yes. Okay. They are following the Facebook live page. They know.
So they are watching?
Yes, they are watching you.
Live?
Okay. Friends know that the Ningo Agenda 111 has been abandoned for the last 11 months. No work has been done on it. So if you have an uncompleted building at 52% completion, that's a benefit to the people of Ningo. And so please, as a son of Ningo, be very careful. Don't put politics ahead of your hometown. Nobody points to his father's household or hometown with his left hand. So be very careful what you say. Else the chief of Ningo will summon
one thing, my understanding is that it's all going on. I remember, is it?
Speaker, thank you very much.
All going on. So
let me correct my brother. I'm not from Ningo. I'm from Sumiya.
Wait a minute. So factually, all he said is wrong. Is that it?
Yes. He's misleading the house.
So I order I order that all that attribution to you be expunged because it's not true.
Mr. Speaker.
No.
Actually, I'm correcting my brother. I'm from Somenya.
You are from
Somenya, sorry.
So you are not a Ningo one. All right.
I'm not saying that Agenda 111 in Ningo has been completed. I'm saying that you have
wait a minute. Honorable member.
And I admit it.
Honorable member. Yes. I want the record to be very clear. I don't want making attribution to you in the records which will turn out not to be correct. You make a factual statement that you are not a Ningo man, so he can't be talking to you and your grandparents and whatever. So I want to get it clear. So
yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not from Ningo.
So we delete that from the records. We delete that from the records.
Yes, he has to be
all right, it's not the Ningo man.
I'm from Somenya.
He says it's all untrue. So I think we don't want to. Yes, go on.
I'm grateful you're indulging us. If he says he's from Somanya, then how is he speaking on Ningo with facts? I am the member of parliament.
No.
And so the point I have made about the Ningo.
No, I understand that. I mean, he's speaking from the records of the document that he has about Ningo, but you said that ancestrally he is from Ningo and said that's not
Mr.
true.
Speaker, the substance of my submission is that the Agenda 111 building in Ningo is 52%.
We heard that, but you coupled it with where you cannot.
Are you expunging that also?
All right. We'll retain all of that.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
that's fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My brother was listening to me. I said you have benefited from the Agenda 111 initiative. I have not said that the Ningo project has been completed. That's what I said. So let me actually applaud the government of the day that he has initiated this particular Agenda 111. And I believe that in no time this project will be completed and the people of Ghana will benefit from this particular project. Speaker, as I said earlier, my friends from the other side, especially the MP for Cape Coast South, attributed a lot of issues to this government, that Nana Dankwa-led government and his able Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, had a corrupt government witness in our fabric. And Mr. Speaker, I sometimes don't believe, and I don't know if my friends on the other side have reached to actually say that the government of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo is the most corrupt. In 2000, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about then President of the Republic, President Kufuor, and I want to challenge my friends on the other side. If a single official from that then the government of Kufuor was actually jailed or found guilty in any financial mismanagement. And Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands a lot of evidence about the past government of His Excellency, former President John Mahama, the Maslow CEO, the Speaker, you have CEO of Venture Capital, Mr. Speaker, yeah, but they are facing a lot when you are presenting your. Mr. Speaker, I have the operational manager of. Mr. Speaker, I have the head of IT Senate. Mr. Speaker, I have the Director General NCA.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware you are a lawyer yourself. A lawyer.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer.
You said you know. I am.
I know you.
Good man. Yes, good. A good one. A good
not
one.
Not just a lawyer. Yeah. A lawyer in good standing, both in the UK and in Ghana.
But it's not just a good standing, a very good one.
A very good one.
Good standing is different from being an excellent and a good one. So, good standing is when you pay your dues. Good standing.
Prosecuting someone or taking someone to court cannot be taken as if the court has passed a judgment on the person.
We understand that.
The names that he is mentioning, Mr. Speaker, they are in court. And he has brought their name in Parliament and making statements, emphatic statements, Mr. Speaker, emphatic statements that they are corrupt and so they should be seen as such. While the matter is before the court. Mr. Speaker,
why
not accept this.
Why are they in court?
Mr. Speaker, they are in court because someone has sent them to court.
For what?
The matter, no, over various cases or allegations. Mr. Speaker, this matter must be allowed to go through the process.
Yeah.
And the court must be allowed to pass a judgment on before anybody can make an emphatic statement.
Wait a minute.
An emphatic statement.
No, wait a minute. But I think he can restrict himself to the fact that people are in court.
He did not say that.
No, I mean,
he did not say that.
Of corruption.
Right.
He was giving examples of corruption.
No.
Speaker, that is what he said. So, Speaker, we are aware that
I told you are talking plenty. Let me rule on this one. So the point the minority leader is making is that if the person hasn't been convicted, you can't necessarily attribute corruption to him. But I think your point is that these people are not simply
before the law
they are in court before the law court for one reason or the other. So you can deal with that.
Facing charges of corruption, and I can mention a whole lot of such officials.
Sorry, the minority leader is spoken. You also want to, Let me call my friend from Bolibamboy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. And when somebody is being prosecuted until the court rules, you cannot refer to the person as a corrupt person. Mr. Speaker, I remember very well that your good self.
Wait, let the speaker hear it. Speaker, pay attention.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that until God pass judgment, it will be wrong for you to refer to somebody as corrupt. And I'm saying that we are aware that at a point your good self was prosecuted.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Nobody.
Wait a minute.
Nobody could have referred.
Honorable member, now you make attribution to me. Let me clarify. Nobody in my 22, 23, 24, close to 24 years in this parliament has ever prosecuted me. Completely and exploit that. Record. Delete that reference completely from the records. Nobody. That's not true. Where did you get that information from? Anyway, Honorable member, let me deal with this matter. The honorable minority leader raised the same point, and I think this is what I said. I understand what you are saying. I understand what he said. He says when a person has not been convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, you cannot attribute to him. That is fine. But by similar token, the point he makes is this: there is somebody in court now. He has been there for some reason. So he simply is saying that these individuals are in court and they have been charged. That is the factual statement. Why can he not make that statement? Don't ever go around telling some small boys that KT Abbas are very prosecuted. Nobody, because I haven't done any wrong in this country. You are completely out of order. You won't talk in this room again. Honorable Alex, go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying was that I want Ghanaians to know that these officers are before the law courts. And if this is what my friends are saying, then there is no justification for Honorable Member for Kimco South to attribute a corruption case against the President and his appointees. Well,
Honorable Member, I regret calling my friend from Bolibamboy, I regret. Yes, 1 minute, the Kimco's one, yes.
You regret you. Mr. Speaker, I think my honorable brother is actually misleading the House. I never mentioned anybody's name in my submission. I did say that the reason why the government of Nana Akufo-Addo has wasted so much money is through corruption, frivolous expenditure, and wasteful expenditure. Never presented any names of people who are corrupt or anything. I generalize it by saying that.
That's fine. That point is on. Alex, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hold in my hands 2016, the State of the Nation address presented to this August House. That's 25th February 2016 by His Excellency.
Alex, you don't have all the time to yourself, so.
The former President of the Republic.
As generous as I come to you. But
the last conclusion, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. When I was elected President, I stated that my mission during my term in office would be to transform Ghana. It is certainly an admirable goal, but even to my own ears, it sounded like a huge and lofty undertaking. I suppose if one look at it as a single undertaking, it doesn't seem intimidating, perhaps even impossible. So, Mr. Speaker, the former president himself was actually not, or didn't believe the state of the nation he was presented to Ghanaians at that time. And Mr. Speaker, today our friends from the other side are trying to convince Ghanaians that they are the best managers of economy. Mr. Speaker, let me remind Ghanaians that we cannot go back to the previous government. A lot has been said about our former president. And Mr. Speaker, on his own former vice president, may his soul rest in peace, attributes our former president as using him as an armchair president and use his wife as a vice president. Ghanaians don't want to repeat this mistake. Professor Alabi said, former president has two groups of boys. The Speaker said,
wait a minute.
Former President John Mahama cannot sit down after his defeat.
Our colleague is on his feet. I was actually hoping that he would wrap up, but you're going to add some more time to his time, you know.
Mr. Speaker, precisely, we are enjoying your speakership, but my colleagues is veering into dangerous and slippery path. Many for people who are not here. Mr. Speaker, no president in this country ever used his wife as a vice president. And I don't think...
Never, that's what?
Used his wife as vice president. It has
so
never happened.
He said who used his wife as vice president?
These are things that he said. Myself, I didn't even want to see it, let alone to quote him. But I think he must veer from that path.
No, let's get it clear for honorable member. Sorry, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's becoming one too many. In this motion aimed at the president, we had colleagues making their arguments. I have followed the debates from the other side, and it's understandably so. We are in an election year. Target has been Dr. Bawumia and Nana Akufo-Addo. It's okay. As I always say, it is your own bona fide to state it as you want to put it. You are a politician. It is his turn to make his argument. And he's telling Ghanaians about what happened yesterday. And he's actually quoting individuals who had said certain things about the previous government to underscore, by way of emphasis, the point he wants to make. I believe that, as has been the position of the chair, that those who have misgivings, who have issues, should kindly note down and refer to it when they get opportunity to speak. Honorable Sam George had his full 10 minutes. Most of the things he said, I disagreed with, but I kept my calm. We've heard Honorable Kweku Ricketts, my own respected colleague from Cape Coast. He tackled our government on all fronts. I was watching him in my office in admiration. Safe to say that some of the facts were not properly positioned, but that is a politician talking. Mr. Speaker, then we had Honorable Ajay Mensah, former Deputy Roads Minister, who got up
and hit at us hard on the road sector. He took.
But he got the former minister on his feet. I was here.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making a point. Former roads minister was seated. He couldn't handle it. I said, "Sir, would you want to debate?" He said, "Yes, I want to." But he didn't get up to interrupt. Neither did he get up to interject. He took it, and when he had unity, he stated the fact as he knows. So I will plead with colleagues in leadership at the front bench. They should allow the man to flow. We've had an agreement.
Let's get it clear. I mean, because the allegation is that he had said that there was a first lady who was the prime minister.
Mr. Speaker, he himself didn't want to get in. You know, he was supposed to give particulars of the allegation. Mr. Speaker, we are not getting into issues of procedure and law.
All right. Let's
yes,
get to
he
that.
himself who stood up, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. Mr. Speaker, he got up on a point of order. When you get up on a point of order, you're supposed to particularize the grounds of
asked them about the rules, the standing orders. They don't even remember the new standing orders, so we suspended the standing orders.
He doesn't want the respected majority whip to veer into certain areas. All I want to say is that we allow the debate to flow.
That's fine. Thank you very much. No, I'm not going to allow. Yes, he has spoken. Let me go there. Honourable member. What is it? Point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, still on.
No. Point of order or what? You don't know whether it's point of order or not.
Mr. Speaker, still on. Yes, still on.
What point of order under what rule? Under what?
Mr. Speaker, when leader goes.
Under what? Get the order and tell me. Honourable member from Akota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So let me actually tell my brothers from the other side that
wait a minute.
Two parties
Chief Whip is on his feet. Wait a minute. Chief Whip.
The Ghanaians will judge both parties.
Alex, 1 second. Let me hear the honourable.
Mr. Speaker, you have 2 minutes. The Speaker presiding. Therefore, when there is point of order, there can be no point of order against the point of order. Whenever it is the Speaker that must rule.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, it looks as if the majority leader is ruling from his chair.
He's doing what?
He's presiding from his chair.
How can he preside from
his chair? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call upon you.
Yes.
To give an indication on my point of order. Okay. But when I rise on point of order, then the majority leader rise and put a point of order against a point of order.
No,
and you say that the members should Mr. Speaker, I don't want to question your speakership, but I think it is not a good indication. I call upon you.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, this is what you do.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I call upon you, Mr. Speaker. That's a small of what you've been doing.
Honourable member. Okay. You see, really, I thought majority leader when he gets up, just like the minority leader, but majority leader when he gets up, the speaker listens to him. I mean, you made your intervention. He wanted to clarify, and I saw the force of his argument. But in the end, we letting it flow, and you let it flow. I won't give any more room for anybody to make interruptions. Honourable Abla Jifa. Wait a minute. Abla Jifa, get ready, stand by. Yes, the honourable member hasn't concluded. He hasn't finished. I'm saying that the honourable member hasn't finished. Or you are on your feet. Majority there is on feet. Our honourable majority leader.
Speaker.
But as for you, you don't need to refer to any rules. You don't need to refer to it. You can go on and tell me anything. No rules, don't worry. The rest, I would attempt to refer me to the standing orders.
That's right.
You have exemption from that particular restriction. So go on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to assist you. If you are calling Honourable Jifa Gomeshi on another, but that's fair enough. But if it's for her to make her own submission.
No, I was alerting her that after the honourable member is concluded, then she will have better.
Mr. Speaker, our duty is to guide you. I wasn't raising a point of order against a point of order. That was not what I was trying to do. I was only
On the chip whip, I ruled on that. I knew that you weren't raising a point of order. I knew that.
So, Mr. Speaker, we take it that you ruled him out of order.
Completely out of order. Actually, not completely. Half out of order and half within order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In winding up, Mr. Speaker, in the State of the Nation address presented, the President actually made a mention.
Just about 2 more minutes to conclude. Yeah,
Ministerial was saved by the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, 3 days ago, through the Attorney General made a press conference to actually justify the claim made His Excellency on the State of the Nation address. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my friends from the other side that they should exercise patience. The heat for the campaign will start. But I believe Ghanaians have assessed both parties and breaking the heat is possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm sorry, Majority Leader. I'm sorry?
Mr. Speaker, just to remind Honorable Fiscal Commission to be guided by the rules of this House.
Well, but the Honorable has been spoken, so...
Mr. Speaker, just a reminder. Mr. Speaker, just to remind...
You see, that is why you gave the colleague opportunity to say that you are ruling, you are presiding from your chair there. I am the presiding member. Let me do my job. Honorable
we are assisting you.
Okay.
You are new on the job.
This is one assistant I think we can do without, isn't it? So, Honorable Member it's your turn now. As a final word, if there are any more names and you are not tired, you can bring me the names. We can deal with them.
Mr. Speaker, I, for the opportunity, and say to the leader of the House that he's totally ignored by me. If he wants to draw me into his thing, he should draw me into that conversation properly. Mr. Speaker, I
don't think the House heard all the introductory remarks. We didn't hear your introductory remarks. What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion on the SONA, the State of the Nation Address 24, and to say that I did not find the SONA inspiring at all. It was full of rhetoric. It sounded a tad like a praise and worship on some things that the President wanted to draw the state's attention on. I've printed out the State of the Nation's address from 2017. And on each page, you will find that the President has spoken about the tourism, culture, and creative arts sector, all in there's something going to be done. As we speak, even in the 2024 State of the Nation address, there's still that line that suggests that something is going to be done. So the question really is, how is it that His Excellency can be interested in promoting tourism and the creative arts sector and tell us that there's an act for the sector and a fund set up, and yet he's not able to, as we speak, point to any specific thing that this country done for that sector? Admitted by everybody I know in this sector and outside this sector that this is one of the sectors that holds the low-hanging fruits of opportunities for young people, young creative people in our country. However, not much seems to be done genuinely for the growth of the sector. If you take, for example, 2018, the President says, and I quote, project during construction, and he's referring to the Marine Drive. He says, I quote, this project during construction and upon completion will generate thousands of jobs for the local community and across the value chain, and position Ghana as a key tourism destination, And I'll quote, what exactly is the status of that project? From 2017. We had a developer in 2016, but to date, there's nothing. So how is it possible that he can achieve that progress in the value chain that he refers to? Mr. Speaker, in 2019, again, the President goes on to make a promise. He talks about the regional theatre in the eastern region having been completed, and one that is supposed to be going on in Kumasi. And we are in 2024. How is it possible to indicate the success stories, the real success story in the State of the Nation's address for 2024? So I find it cold comfort, really, that His Excellency the President should continually, every year, talk about the year of return and the year after the return. These are events. What we are asking for to ensure that this sector grows is not only events. It is a real issue. Things that are long-lasting, so we can really quantify the growth in the sector. It is truly depressing for me because I recall that and I've said this sometime last year, that the reason why, when the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts was set up, we were mandated, and I as Deputy Minister at the time, for us to ratify conventions that will help us assess funding for the growth of our sector. 2016 till date, is that not long enough for us to see real tangible growth? I mean, if you look at the State of the Nation address in 2019, Mr. President makes reference again to theatres in the eastern region and in Kumasi. It was in 18, it's now in 2019. You will find also that in 2019, he mentioned that the World Bank has approved a $40 million grant, US dollar grant, to support the tourism ministry and its agents to help upgrade tourism facilities. And yet, after he received that money, in 2024, he makes mention of Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park having been done and completely ignores to mention that the money came from the World Bank. It's as if that we did it from this parliament by approving some budget. We didn't. It's important that the true state of the nation be captured when the President comes here to talk to us.
Honorable, I don't want anybody to accuse me of debating, but let's get it right. When the money comes from the World Bank and is put to the use that is intended, you think it doesn't form part of development or progress of the party? We're going to IMF, we're going to World Bank, all sorts of external funding. What do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker, all I'm suggesting to you is that when the President comes here to give us the nation's address, it must be candid. It must speak to the truth. It must speak to what the facts are. So those of us in the industry can appreciate, in fact, the country, not just the industry, can appreciate what exactly is going on with the projects that are being done. If you go look at how His Excellency quotes that line, he says that a national newspaper, he makes it about him. He says the national newspaper report activities at the revamped park had a screaming headline, Akufo-Addo resurrects Nkrumah. That gave me a pause for a moment. But on reflection, I decided to accept it. I mean, this is a reference to the revamping of the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. He doesn't tell us that World Bank had helped this country to facilitate that revamping. That's what I'm saying. he should have been candid about the information. Speaker, he mentions that there's some support that's going to be done. He says, and I read from the 2019 State of the Nation's address. He says, I quote, "We have breathtaking beaches, a historical site that reduce visitors to strong emotions. And yet, in the 3 years that you have seen me in this chamber, I have always spoken about the effect of the tidal waves on our beaches. His Excellency has never stepped in that constituency, any of the areas where this tidal waves has happened. And so, if he's minded to acknowledge that having these and these historical sites will bring revenue, why are we looking on for our coastlines to be depleted? We've lost all our beaches. And he doesn't say anything about the disasters that have happened there. It's one thing giving us a State of the Nation address without emotions. And it's another thing saying it that says empathy and hope at any in the 2024 budget state the nation address. You'll be surprised to note that the information is with me, Mr. President. Why he decides to sideline it and not refer to the session of the nation's address baffles my imagination. Because the West African coastline, reclamation that's been done by the World Bank has made lots of progress with our Parliament. All His Excellency has to do is to ensure that it's done quickly so we can start work in saving the coastline. And then when Vice President Baumia says that there's some blue economy we can benefit from, then I can see there's some synergy, that there's a concerted effort to indeed save the life of the people along the coast, save the people from the tidal waves, and protect the shoreline, which will, as one of my colleagues said earlier on, improve on even fishing. Because in the communities where the sea is being so devastating, it is difficult for them to go to sea. How are you going to improve that fishing that he's talking about if we are not doing anything to save the coastline? And it's 4 years down the line. It's not as if 4 years where this has happened as if it's the first time. No, I'm talking about the 4 years that I've been here and talking about it. Nothing has been done as we speak. Mr. Speaker, if this country is going to be saved, it is going to be saved through the youth and the women. We know that our economy stands largely on the shoulders of our women. And in the last few years, we've been talking about the removal of taxes off our sanitary towels so that it's affordable to women. And as we speak, all we have heard is a pitiful removal of taxes on the local production.
I've been alerted that you're almost out of time, but you and I will go all the way back so you can have another minute or two. So
I'm grateful. So it is important that we put things in perspective.
If you are not with me, I'll be nice. My friend, you are not catching my majority leader. What do you say about it? Is it catch eye, or you can help me on that? Can I? Honorable member, yes, yes, let me hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the honorable member whether her statement, she wants to mean that the women and children of this country are not safe. Is that her assertion of what the president said?
It tickled. Honorable members, it's a matter that tickled my own fancy. I was wondering, and so I think it's a good point. Okay. Our honorable colleague, do you want to respond to that? That this is that this country will be safe. It's in the hands of the women and the youth. Is that what she said? That's what I thought you said. Yes. He wants some clarification on that.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I want to ignore him and move on.
But no, you can't. You can't ignore him. The Speaker is asking you to respond to that. You can't ignore.
Mr. Speaker, I had finished. I had finished with my issue on.
I think she's not going to deal with it, so we'll take it. So what? Should I expand that from? Who is not in order? I know who have to stand on the others and those who can stand the others. I know them. I have already started on that. Honorable member, go on. Let's conclude. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on to the fact that we've been begging, pleading, and appealing with this state to take off from the sanitary towels that women use. I was tying that in with the fact that if we want this economy to grow, we must pay more attention to our youth and our women. And I said, women, the economy of this country stands on the shoulders of our women and our youth. A reference to the women and youth. And I reiterate what Honorable Ladi, Honorable MP for Kusiga mentioned in her submission, that what we are asking for is a complete removal of the taxes on sanitary towels, and not only on companies that are producing sanitary towels in our country, because they do not have the capacity to feed.
Maybe you are getting into too many uncomfortable territories. Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, I want the Honourable Member to know that the taxes on the sanitary pads and the NDC was worse than we are experiencing today. Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we are all sitting on the front bench. If the Honourable Majority Leader, the Honourable Member for Fiscal,
this is not the majority,
has a comment to make,
this is not the majority.
He should be bright as a linguist.
Honourable Member, you are completely out of order.
Mr. Speaker, the fact still remains that what we need is the total removal of taxes on sanitary towels for the wealth of this country, not what has been offered us, where the taxes on raw materials to the country have been removed. It cannot
let me help you on this. Is a matter that relates to my own ministry. I mean, so it's something that we are working on. So if it is of any comfort to you, I think you are in good hands.
Mr. Speaker,
the Speaker for only 1 hour or 2 hours, he hasn't got a ministry. What are you talking about? Yeah, go on.
Mr. Speaker, coming from you, and no much you are a he for she, meaning that you believe in the cause of women, take your word for it that something will be done with the taxes that are on the sanitary towels as we speak, making it very difficult for young girls in my constituency, Ketu South, to remain in school and benefit from the free SHS, because when they stay at home for 1 week, the boys are in school. And there's no reason why, really, that we should have taxes on our blood. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this on the floor, and to urge the Republic of Ghana, through His Excellency the President and the Vice President, that we, the women of this country, we are counting on all of you to help us make our lives better. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
On that note, our mothers and our sisters will appreciate that. Thank you very much, honourable members. The Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the labours of the day obviously come to an end upon hearing our honourable colleague Jifa Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, entirely in your hands. As per the rules at this point, no need to move any motion for the adjournment of this House, except to say that, Mr. Speaker, you would have to take that decision. But before we get there, Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of leadership, commend you for what you've done for this House. Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Thank you. Go on. Listen.
Mr. Speaker,
you having been an experienced person in this house, it came so easily when the vacancy Mr. Speaker, when the vacancy arose, and you featured in without any question that Honorable Sam George proposed you, and Mr. Speaker agreed that you fit into the chair. You have conducted yourself very well. It's clear that you understand the inner workings of this House and understand the parliamentary choreography. Mr. Speaker, we wish you well. We wish you well.
I really can't thank you much. I'm so happy, the adulation and all of that. I'm very happy. After the majority speaker, yes, Honorable Chief Whip, yes, you can. Well, I'm just wondering, when the Honorable Majority Leader is speaking, Ahmed, you think it's protocol to, or you are going to give me?
Mr. Speaker, I must support.
You're going to support? Yeah, now you are allowed. You can have 2 minutes to add to what he said.
Mr. Speaker, I know once it is funds, you will say I should flow.
Again?
Once I'm going to give you more funds, you will let me flow.
That's why I mean that in that case you have 2 minutes to do that. I just said that, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, to add to what the leader of the House has said, I think I must join him to commend you. Mr. Speaker, the case seat is an honorable seat. Therefore, if you are privileged to be there, you need to be commended. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm unfit is in connection with Thursday. The original plan was for the leaders to wind up the debate on Thursday. And as it is now, I don't know whether that plan will stand, whether some may miss exactly. So if that decision is yet to be confirmed, then members.
But let's sort it out. I mean, I don't think it's difficult to sort that matter. Majority Leader, what's the position?
Mr. Speaker, I think his boss is not in. We'll take it up at conclave. He's raised a good, an issue that he's raised. We're supposed to do 10-10. I think upon account we've done 8-8. So we have. Well, I'm talking about today. Today was to do 10-10 to close it. So the 2 others on each side who are prepared, we would have to discuss it. I'm sure it shouldn't be a difficult thing for us to consider. Mr. Speaker, I was concluding by saying that you've made the people of Ekumfi and Anse very proud. You are a mix of Mfante and Esante. Mr. Speaker, but for the fact that you share the same religion with the flag bearer, I would have said you could compete for the running mate contest.
You're making me blush. You're making me blush. But I am.
You are coming from Central and Ashanti. So, Mr. Speaker,
the leader of the House is never out of order. Majority Leader is never. Majority Leader, carry on.
Mr. Speaker, you've distinguished yourself.
Thank you.
And everybody can attest to it.
Yeah.
So I am saying that, but for the fact that
you said that already. You want to repeat that one? You said that already.
That's what I'm trying to say is that you've done so well.
Thank you.
You've made the people.
I knew I was going to do well when I was coming to sit here. I knew. So, other members, really, it's been a good. How many hours? 2 hours or so. When we were at school, I mean, Form 2, Form 3, I was taught this expression: "Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." I think we had enough for the day. So the House now actually, but for all the adorations of me, I was going to detain you because you said you were all in my hands. But now I'm going to let us leave. House is again to tomorrow is the holiday. Yeah, so Thursday at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Or soon thereafter. Right. House again.